In progress.
And bow to my left. Can we, as the honorable delegates, please observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation? Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to remind you of the following. The virtual sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. The place of the sitting is deemed to be Cape Town, where the seat of the National Council of Provinces is. Delegates in the virtual sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in the sitting of the National Council of Provinces. For purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged on in the virtual platform shall be considered present. Delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak, and they should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must remain muted if they are not speaking. The interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates, and SALGA representatives are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on the gadgets are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Any delegates who wish to speak must use the raise hand function. I've been informed that there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice, save for the motion that is on the order paper that is written in the name of the Chief Whip. So, but before we proceed to hear the motion, I will now give to the Chief Whip to, in the place of a ruling on what transpired yesterday, just assist us with his view, as particularly as the custodian for discipline in the House of the NCOP. It's over to you, Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Lucas. I thought, in light of yesterday's incident, just before the end of the debate on the policy vote on human settlement, and also having received a specific complaint from the affected members, and also having discussed with the presiding officers, that I should make an appeal to all honorable members to respect the decorum of the House. In our discussion with the presiding officers, concern was expressed that should the decorum of the House deteriorate in the manner it happened yesterday, it will create a serious, it will impact seriously on the decorum of our House and how the public should view this as a respectable House of discussions and mutual respect. Respecting in each other goes a long way in maintaining the decorum of the House. I want to make an appeal to all members of the Council to make an effort to pronouncing each other's surnames correctly. The term is almost over, and by now, we should all be able to pronounce each other's surnames correctly. If you are not sure of another member's surname, just refer to them as honorable members. You can still ask them to assist you to learn to pronounce their surnames correctly, because our surnames are a big part of our identity. We want to emphasize to members to always switch their videos on when addressing the House. If any member has challenges, you must firstly notify or seek permission from the officer presiding. We have also noticed the members who continuously heckle or interject with their videos off. This is unacceptable. Together with the Whippery at its Whips Forum, we will discuss and suggest decisive action against members who continue to undermine the decorum of the House. I thank you, Deputy Chair. I hope that all of us do really appreciate one another and deal with each other in a manner that really stand with the decorum of the House. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Chief Whip, I hope you have also mentioned the fact that whatever is being said on the chat group becomes part of the record of this House. So members must also be careful of what they are saying to one another or about one another on the chat group. So thank you very much to our Chief Whip. I want to emphasize that it's important that we must respect the decorum of the House and uphold it as honorable members that have been sworn into this House. So I will now call on the Chief Whip. Chief Whip, there is a motion in your name that is on the order paper. We will now allow you to read that motion.
Honorable Chair, on a point of order, if I may. It's Honorable Oakham, Chairperson.
Honorable Oakham.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chairperson, I agree with the Chief Whip. We must really look at the decorum of the House. What actually transpired yesterday was not a mispronunciation of a surname of a member.
Honorable Oakham.
Chief Whip said that
Honorable
does not belong. Yes, Honorable
Oakham, if I may. I think yesterday we agreed that the Deputy Minister have definitely said sorry and withdrawn. And then there was a specific complaint that was written to the Chief Whip. Because of the commotion that transpired, and also because of the fact that even the presiding officer complained about the Chief felt she's being undermined, and it's not the first time. We have decided to deal with this issue in this manner. Otherwise, if you want us to go into the details and speak about everything and deal it in the way that you think we should deal with it, it will come to the point that we will have to then have disciplinary investigations and so on. So can I, from my side as the chairperson or the presiding officer of this House, in the absence of the chairperson, can I request that we accept the way the Chief Whip is being dealt with this specific issue? And if at all, Honorable Oakham doesn't accept the apology of the Deputy Minister or the fact that she said sorry and she withdrew, if you don't agree, can you then put it in writing, send it to the Chief Whip so that they deal with it? For now, the Chief Whip tried to deal with a very particular issue and tried to see how we can deal with it without taking this thing to the other extent. So can I request then now, Honorable Oakham, that we accept the way the Chief Whip dealt with the issue? If we don't accept, put it in writing and we will deal with it in that way. Because I'm afraid everyone will want to explain now what happened and what didn't happen. And we don't have the time. We cannot afford to do it now. Otherwise, put it in writing and we will deal with it in that fashion.
Well, Deputy Chairperson, we really do accept that, and we most certainly will do that. Thank you for the guidance on this. I just wanted to let us have the facts straight. We cannot agree with the Chief Whip if what he says is not correct. Yesterday's argument was not about the pronunciation of a surname. It was what was said about that group of people that belongs in South Africa. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Oakham. That deals with that issue. And we will now go to the first order, of which the motion that is there, that the Chief Whip, it is written in the name of the Chief Whip. Chief Whip, can you please then table the motion?
Once more, thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and greetings to honorable members. I move, Deputy Chair, that the Council, on the recommendation of the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and in concurrence with the National Assembly, appoints Mr. Xolile George as Secretary to Parliament on a 5-year performance-based contract with effect from the 15th June 2022. I so move, Deputy Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Before we proceed to the voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86 if they so wish. The maximum is 3 minutes per declaration. Eastern Cape, or let me not call it like that, provinces can indicate whether they want to make a declaration, representatives of the provinces. If none,
Chairperson,
okay. Honorable Labuschagne.
Chairperson, permission to put my video on. I have a bit of connection problems.
No, it's fine. Okay, you can continue.
Honorable Chair and Northwest.
Yes, understand. Yes, Honorable Dodovo, it will be you. But Honorable Labuschagne requested the first, so she may continue.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf, let me just find myself in this. Honorable Chair, the Zondo Commission's report has exposed the crippling effect of corruption and its far-reaching hand, this being evident by one of our very own chairs being referred to the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interests. I'm mentioning this because this position we are voting on is of such paramount importance and that it is why we need to get the appointment correct. I want it to be clear, I am not rising to question the validity of whether Mr. Collier George is a fit and proper to take on the position of Secretary to Parliament. It is evident that Mr. George is a highly educated and comes with the experience of being the CEO of Salga for the past 15 years and previously on the board of PRASA. My contention lies with the fact that the only information that will allow me to vote in good conscience was not provided to myself or any other whip through the NCOP. There was no report tabled or discussed with the whips of the NCOP for this House to make a sound decision. Bar minimal information provided by the Chief Whip, one question we have to ask is why Mr. George was chosen out of that shortlist when he does not have any parliamentary experience. But most glaring is that currently Mr. George earns 5.8 million at Salga, but the Secretary to Parliament position has a salary of 2.5 million. We cannot know the intentions of Mr. George in taking such a massive pay cut, but one cannot wonder if this is a typical cadre deployment, which is concerning given the gravity of this position for the democracy of our country, and for these reasons we oppose. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Labuschagne. The next will be Northwest, Honorable Dodovo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. I rise to support the motion as tabled by the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Mohai Seiso. I think in the first instance, Honorable Chair, is to emphasize the fact that Parliament needs a substantive leader from an administrative point of view, a person who's going to stabilize Parliament in terms of ensuring that he is a substantive accounting officer. And this appointment comes at the right time when Parliament has for a while have been having a vacant position of secretary. And in this particular instance, it is quite important that we have that substantive leader who's going to lead Parliament to ensure that he puts up the systems in place, he puts up the structures in place, he ensures that Parliament does what is expected of it in terms of lawmaking, in terms of public participation, and in terms of oversight. And I rise to say and register this point that Mr. George Collier stands at the right position. He is the right candidate to take Parliament to the majestic heights. He's got the necessary qualifications, he's got the necessary skills, he's got the necessary experiences. And whatever that is happening at local government, we cannot attribute it to one person. He is coming from an organized labor association called Salga, and he has demonstrated in so many ways that he's a capable leader who can take Parliament forward. And I want to congratulate the process that was clean, the process that was fair, that has helped the Parliament to arrive at this point that ultimately we are able to appoint a substantive accounting officer. We need that particular person for the very same reasons that Honorable Labuskagen is mentioning, that we need to ensure financial management and control of Parliament. We need to ensure that whatever problems that were obtained in the past are addressed. And sitting here with the temperament that Mr. Collier George has, I have a firm belief, an unflinching commitment that is going to make us proud and take the Parliament forward in the way that we will impact in the work that we do as members of Parliament. In that sense, I rise to fully and wholeheartedly support the candidature of Honorable Collier George. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dodovu. Is there any other province that want to raise a declaration? If none, we will proceed to the voting. And I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86 if they so wish. Now we shall now proceed to the voting. Sorry. And the question is that the motion be adopted. And I will now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon heads of delegations, they must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. And we will immediately start in alphabetical order with Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape voting for.
Eastern Cape supports the report, Chair.
That is quite extensively. Honorable Ndongeni, you will have to sit up. You are making me dizzy. Free State.
Free State supports Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nsube. Gauteng.
Gauteng in support, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Dango. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal iyayeseka i-report.
Ngiyabonga mama. Ngiyabonga mama. Limpopo. Limpopo. Limpopo.
Limpopo supports, Chair.
Thank you. Mpumalanga. Mama
Mpumalanga vote.
In favor.
Mpumalanga vote in favor of the report, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. Northern Cape.
Support, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable B.M. Bartlett. Northwest. Northwest
supports, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dodovu. Western Cape.
Western Cape does not support.
Thank you very much. The voting is now closed. 8 provinces have voted in favor. So we will therefore declare the motion adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, before we proceed to the first and second orders, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Deputy Ministers of COPTA and the Minister and Deputy Minister of Health, MECs, all special and permanent delegates to the House. We will now proceed to the first and second orders. That is the policy debate on vote 3, cooperative governance, and the policy debate on budget vote 15, traditional affairs, appropriation bill B7 2022, National Assembly section 77. Just before we give to the Honorable the Deputy Minister, I just want to indicate that we have received an apology from the Minister of COPTA that she is not well. She's not even attending the retreat of cabinet because of the fact that she is suffering of ill health. So I will now call upon the Honorable Obed Papela, the Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, to open the debate. Honorable Obed Papela, over to you, Deputy Minister of COPTA.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Chairperson and members of the Select Committee, on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Mr. Mbisile Simelane Nkadimeng, members of the provincial executives, delegates from the provinces, representatives of SALGA, leaders of labor, business, and civil society, directors, generals of the Cooperative family, CEOs in our sector. On behalf of our Minister, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, and the Cooperative family, I have the pleasure to present the 2022-2023 budget votes 3 and 15. We present this budget split with heavy hearts on account of the passing of King Zanu Zugositau of the Amampondo Kingdom, whom we had a very close working relationship with. He passes at the time when he was on the mission of securing to realize the unity of his vision of a consolidated and progressive Amampondo nation and working relationship amongst the various strands of the Amampondo. In that unity, the Eastern Seaboard Development was to play a central role. On behalf of the Minister, our government, and the people of South Africa, we wish to extend our condolences to the Amampondo nation and the people of the Eastern Cape. In him, South Africa has lost a true developmental monarchy, critical thinker, and a visionary. I also wish to extend the apology of the minister who could not be with us today in this budget vote. This is because of the engagement of the economic retreat of the National Executive, which is currently underway. However, he herself is not feeling well and he could not even attend the meeting that is convened by the President Matamela Ramaphosa. This retreat seeks to turbocharge the economic towards the meeting, the 2030 targets of the National Development Plan and Agenda 2063, which is the Africa we want. Of great coincidence and significant is that the retreat follows the successful hosting of the Deputy President and the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development and the Minister of Cooperative on the National Communal Land Tenure Summit, which was held between the 27th and 28th of May 2022. We say of great coincidence because, in fact, the matters related to our economy are greatly intertwined with the question of land, which of us is synonymous with the national question. For us, the land question is the source of African paradox of a rich Africa, but poor Africans, which the minister often refers to. In our view, our economic and social troubles started on the 3rd of February 1488 with the spotting of the crew by Bartholomew Dias just outside Mossel Bay by the native herdsmen. Our history and identity were to be tempered forever, with that colonial and accumulation projects formally taking shape on the 6th of April 1652 when Jan van Riebeeck set foot onto our land. The majority of our people were confined to the 13% of the land at the end, which was unproductive. Consequently, it is the province of KwaZulu-Natal, the Eastern Cape, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the Northwest, which had the Bantustans that experienced the highest levels of poverty. As a result, in seeking to reverse that apartheid legacy, budget vote 3 skews allocations and support to these poorest provinces. Thus, over the MTEF, these provinces will receive just under 64% of the 244 billion equitable share budget over the MTEF. However, because of lack of opportunities in rural South Africa, we must also constantly address the inward migration flows, which are placing undue pressure on the limited urban infrastructure and services. Therefore, the provinces of Gauteng, KZN, and Western Cape, which have high inward migration flows, have also received 48% of the equitable share budget. Unfortunately, because we have not fully completed our discussion with the National Treasurer and other stakeholders on the funding formula, despite the great need and the vast travel distances, the provinces of Free State and Northern Cape continue to receive the smallest share with 5.9% and 2.6% respectively. It is discussions and propositions we intend to finalize this year in the context of the 21-year review of local government reports, which we will conclude by the end of this calendar year. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the mass degradation which Mandani refers to, were the academic from Uganda was saying patriarchy based and defined the majority as non-citizens was locating them in the most unsuitable of land in the fringes of urban South Africa. As Africans and poor, as well as women and children, have been the most affected by the recent floods, which have been experienced in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Northwest, and the Northern. Because of the legacy of apartheid and the lack of opportunities in rural South Africa, many people in urban areas are living on floodplains, potential landslides, areas, and dangerous sites. Consequently, 448 people have lost their lives during the initial floods in April, and additional 11 lost their lives because of the recent May heavy rains, bringing the total to 459. To all those families, we take these opportunities to extend our condolences once again. We also wish to thank the individuals, private sector organizations, and the public sector institutions who have made it possible to provide dignified burials to those families who require such support. 88 people are still missing, and we are hard at work in finding those missing persons. We have deployed 4,698 security, search, and rescue personnel to find those compatriots. In the meantime, the Department of Social Development continues to provide psychological support to those families and those that lost their loved ones. This disaster has also brought about unprecedented destruction of infrastructure, including schools, clinics, bridges, and roads. This has direly affected about 130,000 households, with over 22,000 houses being partially or fully destroyed. An additional 6,793 people are now homeless in KwaZulu-Natal alone. eThekwini Metro is the most affected because 90% of our imports and exports are conducted by sea, and the Durban port is one of Africa's busiest ports with about 83,000 containers passing there. The floods are of a national and regional consequences. Thus, in the initial phases, we concentrated on repairing the Baywood Road into the port, as well as damages to the N3 and N2, which link the port to the rest of our country. In eThekwini, the productive and factory-based area known as the Southern Basin, where Toyota is based, is among the most affected areas. The area contributes 91.4 billion per annum to the Durban economy, which is about 81% of the city's gross value add. It also provides the city with 452 million in rates and taxes per month and generates 40% of Durban's electricity. The floods have affected that area with over 40,000 jobs either temporarily or permanently lost. No doubt our recovery will take months, if not years. We have therefore assembled a three-phase response plan, where in the first phase, we are focused on the humanitarian relief. For this phase, we have already housed over 7,200 people in 91 shelters, whilst providing basic needs such as food, blankets, and clothing for them, since most of them have lost everything of the little they had. For them and others to be registered and receive rights to health, education, and social protection. The Department of Home Affairs has gone into a registration drive so that they can receive the necessary birth certificates and IDs. For this phase of our response, we have received heartwarming responses from the public, the NGOs, and the private sector, as well as the diplomatic community. Just this weekend, we received a plane full of goods from the people of and government of Qatar. There are also so many of you that we cannot mention now, as it will take the time in this very important budget vote which has been allocated. We will in due course publish all the donors, goods and amounts we have thus received. 80% of the water services in eThekwini have been restored, except for the northern parts around the Lamesi and Tongat, which have up 45% restoration on account of the huge damage that in that area. Nonetheless, N2 South was reopened on Friday, and the N2 North is also under construction and will be completed in the next 2 weeks. Going forward, we will pay greater attention to the risk mitigation parts of our disaster management strategies. As part of the third phase of the Building Back Better, we are identifying and securing public land we can utilize to resettle the affected communities. This will also require that the sector departments such as Women's Settlement, Water and Sanitation, as well as our departments and agencies reprioritize the existing grants and municipality allocations. We may also require additional allocations from the disaster relief and infrastructure grants. Once we quantify and develop appropriate proposals, we'll return to this and other houses with the hope that we will receive their support as honorable members. The Deputy Chairperson, from this disaster and the COVID pandemic, we have learned that our response ought also to carry with them regional and continental dimension. Pandemics, adverse weather conditions, and disasters know no colonial borders. Thankfully, we had already put in place the Africa Center for Disease Control. That's our ongoing response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and our vaccination drive is bearing better fruits. However, we must strengthen that institution. As we do that, we must also pay attention to our SADC region's early warning systems and play a leading role in developing the necessary institutional mechanisms and frameworks for the continent. Another valuable lesson we have learned from these recent disasters is the need for all sector departments and the spheres of government to integrate disaster management principles in day-to-day operations. We also saw this when we allocated the 157 million to address the effects of tropical storm Eloise in 2021, which directly affected tens of thousands of people in the provinces of Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, and Limpopo. The effects of climate change are now a glaring reality, as simultaneously we also had to allocate 221 million in this past financial year for drought relief in the Eastern and Western Cape. Scientists tell us that this because the western parts are likely to be drier and the eastern parts are likely to be wetter. These types of weather patterns of floods and droughts will be with us into the distant future. The district development model, DDM approach, has been a significant and effective feature in our response. Thus, in finalizing the district and Metro 1 plans, we shall bring the matter of disaster management and risk mitigation to the forefront. This will also require that we simultaneously review the 2005 National Disaster Management Framework, because the type of quantum of disasters has progressed since then. The framework ought to be more responsive to prevention and reduction of exposure and the vulnerability of disaster, whilst increasing preparedness for the response and recovery. This will also strengthen resilience. The DTM approach has also favored us with the opportunity to take a deep dive in understanding the specific challenges confronting each locality and the district. We have had several engagements with the provinces, municipalities, and stakeholders in many localities, with over 40 DDM forums already established. The DDM presidential post Sona Imbizo have also added impetus to our outreach and dynamic communications. Already we have visited the provinces of the Northwest, Free State, and Mpumalanga, and it is our intention that the president should visit all the provinces by the end of the calendar year. Again, we are drawing many invaluable lessons from these engagements. We believe that they will also act as a supplementary program to the ongoing parliamentary program of taking parliament to the people, which the NCOP is very much alive to it. Thus, we hope that the constituency offices of honorable members as the representatives of communities can play a more significant role in future Imbizos. Deputy Chairperson, last year we also reported that we were putting DDM into action in the Eastern Seaboard development in the 4 districts of OR Tambo, Alfred Nzo, Ugu, and Herikwala. We are happy to report progress in that regard. The President has launched the project. The Interdepartmental National Steering Committee meets fortnightly, and several community engagements have been hosted by various ministers and deputy ministers as well as some of the development partners. The Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development will soon gazette the declaration of the area as a planning and implementation region in line with the regional spatial planning framework. This will facilitate for accelerated implementation and the possibility of a special purpose vehicle, thus bringing to reality catalytic projects such as the Mzimvubu Water Project, Cannabis Project, the Port St. John's Harbour, amongst others. Honorable members, the terms of office of the National House of Traditional Leaders are coming to an end, and the new National House will be reconstituted once its term of office ends on the 30th of June 2022. We have accordingly advised provinces to start the constituting processes of the houses, local houses, and including the traditional councils. We have also asked them to ensure that as the reconstituting process takes place, gender equity in the composition of houses will not fall by the wayside. Deputy Chairperson, in our last budget vote speech, we reported on the preparations we had undertaken to the local government elections. Once again, South Africa has proved to the world that we are amongst the best democracies in the world. Our elections were free, fair, and peaceful. At the time of our last budget vote speech, we reported that we had also set aside 350 million as gratuity to non-returning councillors. Today, we have paid over 339 million rand to 4,987 councillors, indicating a 97% achievement. All the former councillors in Mpumalanga have been paid, and 26 councillors are still outstanding in Gauteng, 8 in the Eastern Cape, 5 in the Free State, 3 in Northwest, and 3 in KwaZulu-Natal, 2 in Limpopo, 2 in Northern Cape, and 1 in the Western Cape. The outstanding members are due to incorrect documentation and so wrong SARS numbers. If there is an important lesson to be learned from this exercise, it is that we must pay greater attention to the support, the skilling and reskilling of the members of the council, particularly the current councillors that have just moved into office and the staff in the municipalities. In this financial year through MISA, we are training 500 municipal officials in the requisite technical skills, whilst enrolling another 100 in the recognition of prior learning program. This will ensure that they get formal qualifications in various infrastructure operation and maintenance disciplines. This will be completed and supported by 300 young people who will this year participate in our apprenticeship, experiential learning, and young graduates program. This skills challenge is also apparent, especially when considering that as we went into the election, 32 municipalities are under various types of interventions as we speak. In comparison, KwaZulu-Natal has the highest number of interventions with 10 municipalities, while Limpopo has the least number of interventions with only 1 municipality. Post local government elections, 8 provinces retained interventions that were existing prior to the election, except for the Northwest province. As of yesterday, 30 municipalities were still under intervention. Out of the 30 municipalities, the 3 municipalities of Lepa, Inok, Mkejima, and Mangawu are under national intervention, and the Deputy Minister, Teminga Dume, will then be detailing them as to that particular engagement. With that, Chair, we also want then to also indicate that as we deal with the budget 15 of the Department of the Traditional Affairs, we are seeing millions of young people preparing to go to the initiation schools. Sadly, 13 initiates in Mpumalanga have already passed on since the resumption of the winter initiation. We extend our condolences to those families that have lost their loved ones. It is our hope that the National Initiation Oversight Committee under the capable leadership of Nkosi Vima Hlangu will provide us and the communities with guidance on how we can once and for all stop this unnecessary deaths as we move on. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the national and provincial houses of traditional and Christian leaders who have made this possible. Allow me to thank them for their services as their terms of office are coming to the end. We also want them also to thank the Christian Betters Commission that has started its work and have advertised that those of the Christian people who are claiming queenship or kingship or traditional leadership must do so by 2024. The processes have now been opened. They can really go in there and also be part of the indigenous communities. In conclusion, Chair, I wish to thank the Minister and the Deputy Minister who is present here now of COCTA for all the leadership. I also want to thank the Directors Generals of the staff of COCTA, the two departments, and the entities on their commitment and support as we work towards securing resilient, sustainable, vibrant, cohesive, connected, non-sexist, non-racial, and climate-smart communities as we build for the future. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. We will continue with the debate, and we now call on the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable China Dodobu, to continue with the debates.
Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, Deputy Ministers of COCTA, Honorable Obed Bapela and Honorable Tembin Kadimeng, Chief Whip of the NCOP, Permanent and Special Delegates, Representative of SALGA, ladies and gentlemen. Our unflinching efforts to fix local government as the weakest sphere of government and the cold face of service delivery must be continued. We must do so to ensure that local government is a sphere that genuinely promotes accountable governance, a sphere that provides basic services to our people in a very sustainable way, and a sphere that promotes participatory democracy where the voices of the people reign supreme. Through our work of lawmaking, public participation, and oversight, we must make sure that local government becomes a sphere that truly works to promote social and economic development, as well as creating a healthy and safe environment where people live. This policy vote, Honorable Chair, comes against the backdrop of a successful 2021 local government elections, where the people of South Africa deepened the democratic project and took another step towards a non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic society. We would like to start by congratulating the people of South Africa for displaying their commitment to the democratic project in the midst of the challenges which have recently engulfed the nation. Towards the local government elections, Cabinet released the State of Local Government report. This report revealed that whilst we have made the advances in building a democratic and developmental state, we are yet to achieve our vision in the local sphere of the state. The report highlighted that local government was met in challenges in political and administrative interface, financial mismanagement, misgovernance, and service delivery challenges. This report revealed that reveals that 166 municipalities experience one or more of these challenges, and of these municipalities, 64 had reached a state of dysfunctionality and 30 were under administration in terms of Section 139 intervention of the Constitution. In the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation, and Human Settlements, we can attest that in the process of conducting our work, we have interacted with these issues in municipalities. In the Oversight Committee on the Section 100 intervention in the Northwest specifically, we saw a glimpse of this picture where we found that these issues were also pronounced and were at the heart of the collapse of municipalities in the Northwest province. The Provincial Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs was placed under Section 101A of the Constitution for reasons that it had failed to finalize the organizational structure. 20 of 22 municipalities were dysfunctional, and poor financial management and lack of implementation of audit recommendations was the case. There was weak financial support from the department, and water and sanitation support functions were also weak. The lessons we have drawn, Honorable Chair, from the experience of the Northwest is that the weaknesses found in the provincial governments also contribute to the degeneration of our municipalities and the exacerbation of the challenges identified in the State of Local Government report. Whilst we have made significant interventions using constitutional mechanisms such as Sections 100, Section 139, and Section 154 of the Constitution, in addressing these challenges in local government, this intervention requires continuous strengthening such that they do not become ad hoc, undefined, and in most circumstances, this intervention taking place when municipalities are already in a weak position. This results in interventions, Honorable Chair, not making the desired impact and falling short in the outcomes. The research conducted by the National Treasury on Section 139 interventions concurs with our observations. We look forward to the reintroduction, therefore, of the Intergovernmental Monitoring and Interventions Bill, which has been delayed for some time now. The research by National Treasury argues that what is required is one piece of overarching legislation that can be owned by both SALGA and National Treasury and includes appropriate parts of existing legislation, including the MFMA, that guide the entire intervention framework. This legislation, in our view, must address the following key issues. It must ensure that Section 139 is implemented as intended, keeping in mind both the spirit and the letter of the law. This implies that Section 139 is no longer seen as an intervention of last resort when a municipality has collapsed, but as a framework to prevent such a collapse. Standardized and clear regulation on the entire Section 139 framework, including the provision of clear definitions. In 2013, it was dismissed for failing to do this, and the development of detailed threshold levels across a range of indicators. Standardized and transparent administrative practice must be introduced across all types of intervention. And lastly, supporting institutions must also be strengthened. Honorable members, adding to the picture painted by the State of Local Government report was South Africa's financial census of municipalities report, which was released in July 2021. It revealed that an overwhelming number of our municipalities relied on local government equitable share as a source of income. This means that most of our municipalities are financially unsustainable. The financial census of municipalities report revealed that if we consider the national picture, looking at the 257 municipalities, 71% of the total income in 2020 was self-generated, whilst remaining 29% was from government grants and subsidies, as well as from donations and contributions. This may seem impressive, but this distorted picture is skewed in favor of urban municipalities, Honorable Chairperson. An important aspect to consider is that the 8 largest cities dominate the municipal financial landscape, accounting for almost 60% of total municipal income. This was determined using the Municipal Infrastructure Investment Framework, which was developed by COCTA together with the Development Bank of South Africa. The financial census of municipalities report also revealed that there was a relationship between good political administrative interface, proper financial management, and improved service delivery, with increase in self-generated income. The report revealed also that in local municipalities such as Kamisberg in Northern Cape, Hessequa in Western Cape, Amahlati in the Eastern Cape, there was a significant increase in self-generated income, while there was a decrease in Renosterberg in the Northern Cape, Collins Chabani in Limpopo, as well as Mtonjaneni in KwaZulu-Natal. This report must assist us to study the different contexts in this local municipalities and see what lessons can be transported to ensure that municipalities are put on a path towards financial sustainability. Another aspect to this problem, it is a municipal debt crisis which has reached crisis proportions. In the previous financial year, ESCOM announced that the debt owed by our municipalities had ballooned to 35.3 billion rands. It was also revealed recently that the municipal debt to water boards had also increased to 14 billion rands. We need to suggest creative ways in which this can be addressed because it hampers the ability of municipalities from taking advantage of the newly amended electricity regulations, which provide that municipalities in good financial standing may produce or procure their own power. On the inverse, Honorable Chairperson, municipalities are also confronted with a culture of impunity which encourages the non-payment of municipal services. This was revealed by the Local Government Revenue and Expenditure Report, which is part of the in-year management, monitoring and reporting system for local government. That revealed that as of 30 September 2021, the aggregate municipal consumer debts amounted to 264.7 billion rands compared to 194.2 billion rands in the first quarter of 2020-2021 financial year. Government debt account for 7.4 or 19.6 billion rands in the fourth quarter of 2020-2021 of the total outstanding debt. Honorable Chairperson, we welcome that as part of the municipal support and intervention package, during the past financial year, 50 civil engineers, 15 electrical engineers, 15 town planners, 9 assistant provincial managers, and 9 provincial managers from MISA, the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, were deployed to various provinces across the country. These professionals are supporting various infrastructure projects and are supported by the 519 municipal officials who were trained by MISA in this past financial year, in infrastructure management especially. Additionally, a total of 382 young people were supported through technical skills apprenticeships, leaderships, graduate programs, and bursaries. This is complemented by assisting more than 100 young graduates in practical experience so that they may complete their professional registration processes. Going forward, Honorable Chairperson, our select committee will align its quarterly programs in line with the annual targets of the Department of COCTA in order to ensure the monitoring of performance, ensuring executive accountability, and in exercising parliamentary oversight in the implementation of the annual performance plan as well as the budget of the departments. As members of parliament, therefore, we must monitor and oversee the executive actions of this department, focusing on the implementation of laws, on spending their budgets appropriately, on implementing their strategic plans and annual performance plans, on strict observance of the laws of parliament, and the constitution, as well as the effective management of government departments. And also lastly, and importantly, we must ensure that the laws that we pass, especially the bill that is in the pipeline, it makes a contribution in a true sense of the word, in the non-racial, non-sexist, prosperous creation of our society, as well as making sure that local government work better for all of our people. It is in that context, Honorable Chair, that I rise to support the budget of the department. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Odogo. We will continue with the debate, and we will now call on the Honorable Isaac Sileko to continue with the debate. Honorable Sileko.
Honorable Deputy Chair, just give me a minute, please. Honorable Deputy Chair, honorable members, and honorable delegates, especially if coming from provinces. Honorable Chairperson, let me also wish the Minister well in terms of her illness, and I am assured that she's got better chances of recovering as compared to our municipalities. Voorzitter, ik vraag dat de adjunct minister van Cooperative en haar departement om vandaag mooi naar mij te luisteren. Chairperson, I made an easy conclusion after the department briefed the select committee on cooperative governance and traditional affairs, water and sanitation about the annual performance plan and the budget allocation for 22-23. The budgeted money does not correlate with the memo task. This department is mandated to facilitate sound and honest municipal governance. Deputy Chairperson, the Minister surely knows that the funding available for municipalities and the public's expectations from local governments are miles apart. Geachte adjunct minister, die waarheid oor plaaslike regering is 'n tragedie. Van die 278 munisipaliteite is daar 'n handjievol in staat om te funksioneer en dienste te verskaf soos wat die strukture en stelselswette vereis. There is a continued debate about the possible failed status of the collective state of South Africa. I suspect the answer regarding national and provincial is that they are failed entities. I know that municipalities, with a few exceptions of course, primarily in the Western Cape, have failed long ago. Chairperson, I am not playing cheap politics. The matter is far too serious for that. The figures I am about to mention come from a report delivered to Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in August 2021. It has been mentioned by Honorable Dudov. 163 municipalities are under financial duress. 108 municipalities have unfunded budgets. 29 municipalities have been placed under administration. And just last week, during our select committee meeting, we learned that the Provincial Executive Committee of KwaZulu-Natal has resolved to place 8 municipalities under Section 139 of the Constitution. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, this is 7 months after the local government election, voter scandal. 64 municipalities are dysfunctional. 111 municipalities carries a medium risk. 66 municipalities offers a low risk. 16 municipalities are stable. Incidentally, adjunct voorzitter, 12 of the 16 stable municipalities are low risk and they are in the Western Cape. Deputy Minister, surely this is an indication that something is done right and everything is done wrong where we don't govern as a democratic alliance. From the report, it is clear that the department is putting their hopes on the district-based model to close the disconnect between government at a national and local level and to remove silo planning, budgeting and implementation. Voorzitter, die regering se respons teen die chaos in plaaslike owerhede is nog 'n plan en nog 'n eksperimenteer. Her party is excellent in the drafting of plans, but fails with implementation. The department has a revised vision, mission, objectives, priorities, focus, and required outcomes. This is a good thing, Deputy Chairperson, but these new things are not going to stop the sewage running in Jan Kempsdorp, or the water crisis in Musina, or the inability to spend a cent of the MIG funds in Gamagama, and the Richtersveld in the Northern Cape, or the Jagersfontein water crisis, or sewage pollution in many municipalities across the country. Chairperson, the extent, Deputy Chairperson, the extent and duration of substandard municipal service delivery in South Africa is intense and hurting the poorest of the poor. People are starting to understand that nothing will change until we have a government with a will to effect change. We just heard this morning petrol rising, leaving us, not using our cars because the state of the economy is very terrible. We have to walk to work. We have to walk to work. Unemployment is rising by the day. The ability to buy services is declining due to a lack of funds and services. Access to free indigent services is busy collapsing. If one considers the levels of unemployment, the lack of government funds, the implosion of bulk infrastructure, and failed municipal governance, we are heading towards the perfect storm. Deputy Chairperson, I want the Minister, the Deputy Minister, to convey the message and the department that the people had enough. As recent as in April this year, 4 civil society organizations took the Minister to court about the failed intervention by the Eastern Cape Provincial Government in the struggling Sakisizo local municipality. I am not surprised that the MEC from Eastern Cape, who was supposed to speak before me, is not here because they are failing to fulfill their responsibility. We have seen this happen in the past, and we will see it happen on a daily basis if this government fails to capacitate municipalities. Chairperson, this government needs to streamline intervention in struggling municipalities. It is very frustrating that there is no urgency to table the intergovernmental monitoring, support, and intervention bill. The Minister highlighted this as a remedy for the challenges experienced in the invoking of the Section 139 of the Constitution. The bill is urgent, especially in light of the Cabinet decision to intervene in 64 dysfunctional municipalities with possible dissolution of some municipalities. And guess what? The majority of those municipalities are under the leadership of the African National Congress, who will be losing power in 2024. I warn them that if they do not start focusing on the development of municipal service delivery and the building of effective and sustainable municipal abilities and capabilities and capacities, that the storm will be burning. I warn them that if they continue to steal little resources that is left,
to conclude, Honorable Member,
the cater deployment, they will be in a Libya moment in South Africa. Chairperson, I want them to start taking municipalities and service delivery serious. If they don't, people will take action. They are already doing it or doing this, and in the several local governments, civil rights entities received court approvals for them to intervene and restore municipalities. 2044 is around the corner. The ANC will trust them.
Time is expired, Honorable Member. Time is expired. Thank you. The next will be Honorable M.R. Dukwana, Free State MEC Copta.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, Honorable Chief Whip Seiso Mohai, Honorable Deputy May I also take this opportunity to wish our Minister, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini, speedy recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a very important occasion when we have to appear before you and indeed the people of our country to debate Budget Votes 3, considering the central role played by COGTA. We engage in this process confident that the noble work we have started of strengthening local government shall continue unscathed. We join this debate cognizant of the many problems and challenges that beset local government in our country and in our province, to be specific, the bulk of which could have honestly been avoided. We affirm the progressive policy interventions of our government, particularly in relation to what needs to be done at the local sphere of government. However, we appreciate that we strategic sessions, progressive policy decisions, and political posture. In this regard, the former President Thabo Mbeki had the following to say, and I quote, "The policies might be there, but are people benefiting from these policies?" You do find that in many instances, though the policies exist, they are not having the necessary impact. That is a particular challenge in local government, because that is where all the services get delivered, unquote. We restate these words to illustrate our belief that policies must be championed through local government as a machinery located closest to our communities in order to make manifest all developmental targets of our democratic government. It is a travesty for local government, on the one hand, to expect communities to comply with regulations and pay for services, when on the other hand, we are failing to implement our policies and deliver services. The fact that our people are beginning to demand answers from municipalities, what is the plan? What is local government doing for us? Is a perfect indication that municipalities represent the closest reference point of government in the imagination of our people. As more and more people raise their voices and become active in the affairs of local government, it is our expectation that municipalities will take decisive action to improve their overall service delivery performance. It is precisely for this reason that we need to be intentional about the role of local government, with particular focus on the resourcing of municipalities. We need a collective effort and unity of purpose and partnership with all leaders in municipalities, in our provinces and the national government. We are committed to improve the political management of municipalities that are responsive to the needs and aspirations of our communities. We are equally aware of the fact that for us in the province to change things around, we need desperately leadership with a vision to change, leadership with the caliber to drive the change process. The people in the province, in our local municipalities, are ready for inspiration from the common purpose that is driven by a leadership that is committed to serve. Our actions need to move from intent to generating impact on the ground. To get all the municipalities out of this functional state, we need to enforce current policies and legislation and enforcement of the system for managing consequences. And these are equally very important. Plus good governance, which means, among other things, holding of council meetings as legislated, the functionality of oversight structures, Section 79 committees, audit committees, and district IGR forums. And we must also assess the existence and efficiency of anti-corruption measures. And that is what we intend doing in the province, to make sure that we've got anti-corruption measures that will ensure that the money that is used in our municipalities is used for the purpose intended. The extent to which there is compliance with legislation and the enforcement of bylaws. The rate of service delivery protests and approaches to address them is very important for us if we are to deal with good governance. But we need also to ensure public participation does happen, and for us to be able to measure that, whether this happens, we need to look into the existence of the required number of functional ward committees, and also of the grants that is spent in those ward committees. And to ensure that we are able to measure what we are doing and what is happening in the municipalities. There is also a very important element of financial management, and we need, as the province, to deal with the disclaimers in the last financial and 5 years, 3 to 5 years, and we need to deal with these things and make sure that there is some disturbance.
Honorable Dodovo, can you mute, please? I'm sorry. Let me see, you may continue.
We need also to look into the efficiency and functionality of the supply chain management in the province. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, these are issues that I think we need to focus on to turn things around in the province and to make sure that we've got the proper leadership that will drive all this process. One of the biggest challenges in our municipality is shortage of skills. And one of the primary reasons for our poor service delivery record is this issue. In the past, people used to be appointed on the strength of political convenience and private social relations. The performance of municipalities in delivering quality services to the people was the furthest consideration during that period. This accounts for many challenges that face our municipalities up until today. Furthermore, there are inadequacies in the procurement processes across all our municipalities. There appears to exist an appetite for malicious compliance. For instance, procurement processes are used to simply tick procedural boxes, but not necessarily to extract value for our communities. A bottle of water which you buy for 10 rands at the store is sold for 100 rands to government. This is a battle which we have committed ourselves to fight and win. As Free State Cocta, we have no quarrel in joining hands with all our communities to address service delivery challenges that have plagued our province for over a decade now. We have committed ourselves to combating the collapse of ethics, malfeasance, corruption. Good governance should be the only ethic that is deeply embedded in the DNA of our municipalities. In future, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, these challenges will be avoided provided we acquire the support of all stakeholders in the local sphere of government. Thus, we have started to activate engagements with municipalities, SALGA, communities, and civil society organizations with a view of establishing a common program to deal with the challenges that we're facing. We have started reorganizing how we work with our municipalities.
Honorable MEC, as you conclude.
Thank you. Going forward, we will prioritize greater cooperation between the government and municipalities. Our government cannot afford to be immense in silo operation, which generally impede the overall progress in government effort. We thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. The next will be Honorable Anton Bradell, MEC of Western Cape Local Government Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. Honorable Bradell.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important policy debate. Local governments in South Africa are on fire. We are seeing on a daily basis that municipalities are unable to provide the most basic services to our people. We are seeing municipalities that are bankrupt. This is the real South Africa's crisis, as it is the interface between people and us as government representatives. It does not have to be this way. The good news is that the changes that needs to be made to turn the depressing story of our local governments around are well within our reach. The good news is that we do not need the services of expensive international consultancy firms or a huge budget to turn local governments around. Allow me to make a few realistic and within reach suggestions to fix the current challenges we all across country and within all our provinces are experiencing. Speaker, we all love our democracy, and nobody in this house will argue that democracy is not working. But democracy also brings a measure of instability and uncertainty to the table. In balance, this is a good thing. Unfortunately, we are going through a phase in our democratic journey where the instability in democracy is very strong. The place where this is most evident is in our local governments. Democracy is currently giving us a bewildering number of coalition arrangements in our municipalities, and we are not prepared to deal with this. In theory, coalitions are good for democracy, but in our case, it is creating instability to the extent that service delivery is suffering or, in some instances, not happening at all. Councillors are spending all their energy fighting for positions and have forgotten the public they have to serve. Add to this the disruption of regular by-elections, and one can understand the chaos on the ground. Surely, this was not the outcome our democratic founders, fathers and mothers had in mind for us. Deputy Minister, we need a revised legal framework that will allow for stability in local government service delivery in this new context of coalitions. The story of Nelson Mandela Bay local municipality is not the 10-party coalition which is refusing to work with the ANC Council. The real story is that a large metro in South Africa is running out of water, and the people tasked to deal with it are occupied in political coalition infighting. We need a legal framework to prevent this from happening. On infrastructure, Chairperson, but before we blame all the misfortunes on political instability and coalitions, we must be honest and admit that underspending on infrastructure in local governments have been with us longer than the coalitions from the last elections. If we do not spend our capital budgets with care and long-term planning, we are going to face more and more serious service delivery disasters. We are a country with a positive population growth. More people mean more infrastructure needs. We simply must plan better and develop long-term visions and transcend political terms. Projects such as the Klein Willem Dam on new electricity generation sometimes takes decades or longer from conception to completion. But we have to start, and then we have to have discipline to keep to the plan. The right of people for the right job and the right salary. Chairperson, we need to attract the right caliber of professionals to work in our municipalities as engineers, financial managers, and municipal managers. Good and qualified people are not willing to enter the mud bath currently dominating our local governments. Minister, we need to change this. We need young people to study and qualify themselves in these fields, and we need them to take up positions in our municipalities. We need to create an environment for stable and rewarding employment opportunities in our local governments. A simple action in this regard would be to immediately make work of the revisions needed to the prescribed upper bands for salary structures of senior officials. Deputy Minister, revise these prescripts so that we can attract and retain the needed skills in our municipalities. The power to act when needed. Minister, I think I speak for MECs of all the provinces when I ask for the following. As MECs of local government, our hands are tied when we desperately need to intervene in municipalities where things are not going in the right direction. Currently, Section 139 prescripts are unclear and confusing, and we end up in courts, and when interventions are finally approved, it is almost always too late. Surely, we do not have to allow a town to be destroyed before we can admit that outside intervention was needed. Please revisit the legal framework to support us in this regard. On fraud and corruption, another easy intervention that will immediately show results in local government is a National Fraud and Corruption Unit in the National Department of Cooperative Government. Minister, establish such a unit that can support local units where they exist or fill the void where needed. Corruption and fraud are cancers, and it is killing our towns. Please help us to administer the correct treatment in this regard. On disaster management, the recent and tragic floods in KZN has shown us how important disaster management is. Please strengthen the National Disaster Management Center and let us train and plan more frequently together with provinces to be better prepared come any future disaster. We need to work together as provinces. Provincial borders are our own creation. Mother Nature does not recognize or care for them. We owe this to the people of South Africa, and we can do it as a gesture of respect to our loved ones lost in the previous disaster. A leading National Department of Cooperative Government. Chairperson, it is said that a fish rot from its head, and we as politicians have often, sometimes rightly so and sometimes unfairly, been at the receiving end of this insult. But let me say this, if we are to have stability in local governments, we first need stability in the National Department of Cooperative Governments. Minister, through your leadership and wisdom, please support us with a more stable and well-capacitated department, as it will provide the positive example to our provinces, districts, and local municipalities to follow. Chairperson, local governments can flourish if they realize that cooperation and collaboration with other entities are the key to success. In a complex and fast-changing world, nobody can prosper in isolation. We are seeing it play off at Eskom and private sector energy companies. We are seeing it in large infrastructure projects where government alone does not have the budget or skills to deliver on its own. That is why we have developed an initiative, the Joint District and Metro Approach in the Western Cape. This is an approach that encourages and facilitates collaboration between stakeholders, irrespective of their department, spheres of government, or public or private sector status. The JDMA allows teamwork without threatening mandates or muddling responsibilities. I conclude, local government does not have to be in the mess it currently is in our beloved country. True, there are serious financial constraints, and true, we are faced with unprecedented political instability, but through careful planning and with the right people in the right positions, and together with some revisions of correct legislation, of current legislation, we can turn the ship around. We should not despair. Let us take small steps in the right direction, and let us focus on the future and not only on the next by-election. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Breda. We will now call on Honorable Zandamela to continue with the debate. Honorable Zandamela.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chairperson, the EFF rejects budget vote 3 on cooperative governance and traditional affairs. We reject the budget of this department, which has 64 municipalities which are considered high risk and dysfunctional, with 111 municipalities considered medium risk, but also highly dysfunctional, with only 16 municipalities considered stable in the whole country. There's a lack of political leadership at Cooperative, which has led to the dysfunctional state of municipalities in the country. As municipalities continue to fail to uphold their constitutional mandates of providing services to their communities in the sustainable manner. The financial state of municipalities continue to worsen as a lack of accountability and poor governance continues to reign over the country at local government level. Deputy Chairperson, under the leadership of this department, municipalities are characterized by aging infrastructure, poor maintenance, potholes, corruption, water leaks, electricity shutdowns, which are the order of the day. The state of municipalities is in dire state. Municipal finances are handled in a hazardous way, with 46% of recoverable revenue and equitable share is used for salaries and council remunerations, while only 2% was spent on maintenance expenditure. Property owners who pay rates and taxes hardly see any service delivery in an adequate manner. Municipalities fail to uphold their constitutional mandate of providing services to their communities in a suitable way to promote a safe and healthy environment for communities to thrive. The dysfunctional state of municipalities has been public knowledge for a while, and yet there seems to be no appetite for fixing the mess that is in these municipalities. Year in and year out, the Auditor General reports the failed state of municipalities, but there exists little appetite in government for relooking the structure of municipal funding, which favors more urban municipalities where residents are able to pay their rates and self-finance the operations at these municipalities. The department has failed to provide decisive leadership on the dysfunctional municipalities, which is a great concern. The high level of poverty, unemployment, poor and lack of basic services is the order of the day in most municipalities. The state of local government has a direct impact on business and livelihoods of communities. Municipalities therefore contribute to the worsening of this country's already constrained fiscal situation. Supervision and monitoring are not taking place, and there must be a better accountability for these failures. Municipalities continue to drown in corruption, and that illustrates the lack of improvement or solutions of the hostility between mayors and municipal managers, while communities are the ones that are suffering. The most disgraced of these municipal failures is the lack of agency in which the disaster of KwaZulu-Natal has to be handled by both the department and ad hoc committee. Both committees and the department have deserted the people of KZN. This department, like many others, need to be properly capacitated and free from any political interference. The department is preoccupied with cadre deployment within its programs. The Chairperson Kokta is overshadowed by factional politics of the ruling party, whereas the people continue to suffer the consequences of incompetent leadership in this department. All Section 139 interventions of the Constitution have proven fruitless without monitoring, because like every incompetent department, oversight of all programs is to ensure that interventions are effective and efficient. For more than 2 decades, the interventions by provincial government in municipalities have not worked. The overall intervention system in local government needs a complete overhaul. Oversight was recently conducted in Free State province, and the state of municipalities in that province is shameful. In all 23 municipalities of the Free State, mayors are fighting with municipal managers for control of tender opportunities. This happens while our people are crying out for services. The community works program that has been used as a tool for looting and has not had an intended outcome of empowering people and alleviation poverty. The people of South Africa must do as people of Watre in Pukwane, Northwest Cape, Northern Cape, and the people of Ward 5 in Mafikeng did in the recent by-election by voting for the EFF and reject this corrupt bids. The EFF reject this budget vote of cooperative governance and traditional affairs. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sandamela. The next will be Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Bartlett.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, all members and the Deputy Chair and our colleagues. Honorable Chairperson, the vision of the developmental state that is outlined in the National Development Plan is rooted in a broader context of a mixed economy. The state is envisaged to be playing a role of directing public investment in the productive sectors of the economy whilst also providing incentives to the private sector. The Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan that was outlined by the President following the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, our economy demonstrated that the ANC remains committed to the perspective of the developmental state. The Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan was outlined to have 3 phases. Number 1, engage and preserve. Number 2, recovery and reform. Number 3, reconstruct and transform. The plan also identified the following key priorities as part of interventions to be made. Firstly, aggressive infrastructure investment, employment-oriented strategic localization, energy security, support for tourism, recovery and growth, gender equality and economic inclusion of women and youth, green economy interventions, mass public employment interventions, strengthening food security. Honorable Chair, as we strengthen capabilities, professionalism, and ethics in the local state to harness its developmental energies, we must also locate the role it should play in the context of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. The local state that has a responsibility to provide services to our local communities and ensure champion local economic development must come up with programs that ensure that economic reconstruction and recovery plan becomes a reality in all our local municipalities. Infrastructure development. Honorable Chairperson and members, investment in the building and maintenance of infrastructure is not only official for service delivery and dignifying the lives of our people in their communities, but we view it as a necessary to attract investment into our local communities. Private capital will invest in areas where basic services such as water and sanitation, electricity and roads, and transport infrastructure is provided. The task of local government is to ensure that these are provided for a reliable and consistent manner. Honorable Chairperson, it is totally unacceptable that in areas such as Hammanskraal in Tshwane Metropolitan, Itsobotla local municipality, and Maluti Apofung local municipalities, small medium enterprises, which should be engine of job creation, have to from time to time shut down operations because of the lack of water in those areas. We would like to see strategic localization in these infrastructure projects as outlined in the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, Chairperson. We are also impatient with the progress in the resolution of the energy challenges confronting the nation. Whilst there are numerous ongoing interventions, Chair, from national government to ensure that Eskom is more efficient and allow independent power producers to make their contribution in stabilizing the grid, but equally important is that we should locate the local state in providing permanent solutions. The newly amended electricity regulations allow municipalities in good financial standing to develop or procure their own electricity. Our interventions, Chair, in this regard should be first aimed at addressing the municipal debt crisis, and secondly, building the necessary capacity in our municipalities to play a role in the production of energy. This can be done in ensuring that municipal integrated development plans are aligned to what is articulated in the Integrated Resource Plan. Honorable Chairperson, the district development model. We remain convinced that the district development model will go a long way in addressing the identified challenges. This approach is intended to foster practical intergovernmental relations to plan, budget, and implement jointly, provide coherence. One plans for almost all of the 44 districts and 7 metropolitan municipalities have been developed, and we are steaming ahead. Honorable Chairperson, during the pilot stages of DDM, we've been able to see success in the 3 municipalities, draw lessons, and also identify challenges that should be addressed going forward. In Waterberg District, for example, in order to address youth unemployment, focusing on driving a skills revolution, the DBSA has approved 52 million rand for establishment of DBSA D-Labs, which are aimed at creating spaces of resolve in a community-based economic ecosystem. Honorable Chair, one-stop facilities that have been introduced as a critical part of SA's anti-rape strategy, aiming at reducing secondary victimization and to build a case ready for successful prosecution. In our Tambo 50 SMMEs and cooperatives has already received support from the district and partners in the form of financial support. Honorable Chairperson, a youth incubation program is being implemented in the district, focusing on a number of sectors, including furniture manufacturing, and is undertaken in partnership with FinTech and provides incubation support to 30 entrepreneurs. We have also drawn lessons from these 3 pilots. One of them is that although there is a shared agreement and understanding among the stakeholders in the importance of the periodic monitoring of development outcomes at the district level, there's also a need to develop an integrated monitoring and evaluation framework. This framework supports the installation of the DDM by further advancing an outcomes-based approach. Honorable members, we are aware that the DA-governed Western Cape is opposed to the DDM. This is why they have not produced their one plan for development like other metros and districts. There is no mystery in this position taken by the party because the DA opposes anything that is a change of reversing the colonial apartheid legacy, such as the racially skewed spatial development. Recently, the godmother of the party, the racist Helen Zille, said that it is better to be poor in Cape Town than any other place. This statement should demonstrate that this party has no interest in shared growth and prosperity that integrates developmental. We see developments in white suburbs or the townships areas such as Khayelitsha, Nyanga, and Langa. Honorable Chairperson, the district development model enables government and social partners to locate each district competitive advantage and utilize it for shared growth and prosperity. By purposely linking local economies with our district and national economies, we can massify, optimize, and transform the structure of the economy. Honorable Chair, this will require that we also pay particular attention to the inclusion of women and youth by reskilling them and facilitating greater access to financing and credit for ventures in a sustainable way. DDM hubs must serve as a functional network of support and a facilitation system for intergovernmental planning in relation to a specific district space. This must be guided by the national government's transformative policy objects. The economic development potential of rural regions such as OR Tambo in the Eastern Cape, where only 15% of the people are employed and 65% live in poverty, will be unleashed through the DDM. As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, let me state that we remain unapologetic in our quest to change the patterns of distribution and the structure of the economy, which is still racially skewed in favor of the minority of this country, to ensure that Blacks in general and Africans in particular participate and are liberated from the shackles of poverty and unemployment. In the process of the democratization of South Africa, Chairperson, we've managed to create access in the economy to allow for the participation of the historically disadvantaged, and this has unleashed a Black middle class, which is one of the significant drivers of the economy. Honorable Chair, the ANC shall deepen the program of radical socio-economic transformation. The ANC support. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bartlett. We will now call on the Honorable Boshoff to continue with the debate. And after Honorable Boshoff has concluded, Honorable Ngwenya, can you please take over the presiding of the debate? Honorable Boshoff, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair. Municipalities throughout the country, similar to everything that is under ANC rule, bar those that are ruled by the DA, are under a new threat. That threat is municipalities who fail to honour their Eskom debt are in all likelihood staring down the barrel of a total shutdown by Eskom, as it can no longer continue to maintain its infrastructure and continue supplying electricity for free. On top of this, ANC-run municipalities are so dysfunctional and stripped of skills and expertise that residents are subjected to rotational load shedding due to the lack of maintenance of the infrastructure and also because of the notified maximum demand agreements being exceeded. We see residents and businesses in many towns sitting without electricity for 10 hours or more per day. This leading to many businesses having to close their doors as they cannot function without the supply of electricity, especially now in light of the increased fuel prices. The impact on families with babies, hospitals, and old age homes is catastrophic. They cannot survive this. Power cuts have caused sewage plants to pack up, fouling the water supply and causing untreated sewer to wash down roads and through dwellings, and of course into rivers and streams. Think of the health implications this brings about. The potable water supply also becomes insufficient and unsafe, which means schools and hospitals alike are unable to maintain a standard of hygiene. Representing Mpumalanga and the NCOP, I wish to concentrate on municipalities in this province who are in arrears with their electricity accounts. Emalahleni owes more than 5 billion, Governor Mbeki 2 billion, Lekwa 1.5 billion, and Tabachu currently standing on 1.046 billion. There are 7 more municipalities that are nearing the 1 billion mark. And together with them, this total amount owed to Eskom as of 31 March 2022 stood at more than 13 billion. This is shocking, as neither the province nor national departments of COCTA have spoken out on this issue. I would drop my head in shame if I were the custodian of COCTA. Unfortunately, the minister is not here today, so shame on you, Deputy Minister. Honourable Deputy Minister, this behaviour of not honouring account payments should not be tolerated, as it threatens the security of supply to citizens residing in these supply areas. Why should these citizens who diligently pay their monthly accounts, mostly via prepaid meters, be held hostage? What should be done is that the money generated from the citizens for electricity should be ring-fenced so as to prohibit municipalities from utilizing it for their operational budget spending, like the purchasing of new vehicles, paying of salaries, lavish lehotlas and bizos, and many more senseless expenditures. You, like I, Deputy Minister, know that these municipalities have a constitutional responsibility and duty, not only to Eskom, but to their customers, by fulfilling their financial obligations for the bulk supply of electricity to afford Eskom the opportunity to meet its obligation. Deputy Minister, let me take this a step further and speak on the illegal connections, which are another factor that is hampering the supply of electricity to paying customers. Tabachu, the municipality that I reside in, has seen and experienced many protest actions with reference to these illegal connections. In the town of Sabi, 92% of residents are not contributing to the fiscus for the use of electricity. Honourable Deputy Minister, however, at times I can understand the frustrations of the people of municipalities as they are not afforded the opportunity to be able to connect to the bulk supply as no new infrastructure is provided by the relevant municipality. The question that remains unanswered is, where does the money disappear to? What do they then use the grants for? And this is what we need an answer on. Minister, together, or Deputy Minister rather, together with the communities in the areas mentioned, I call upon you to urgently address this matter to ensure that these people are not left in the dark. Your intervention through interaction with the Mpumalanga Provincial MEC to seek and implement solutions would go a long way to secure peace and stability. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Boshoff. Honourable Ngwenya, you can take over whilst we call on Honourable Detoy.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. The next speaker is Honourable S.F. Detoy. Honourable Detoy.
Agbare voorsitter, Ek het aanvanklik oorweeg om slegs op plaaslike regering te fokus, maar die minister het tydens haar begrotingsdebat in die nasionale vergadering tot 'n redelike mate op die onlangse oorstromings in Natal gefokus. It's always interesting to observe some politicians when they deliver speeches. Some speech writers have the ability to spin a situation and to play with words to create the illusion that something is being done about a problem by only acknowledging and identifying the issue. This is exactly what Minister Dlamini Zuma's speechwriter managed to do. Voorsitter, daar is erkenning gegee aan die 488 persone wat tydens die oorstromings gesterf het, maar nie gesê dat die hoeveelheid afgestorwenes minder sou wees as die ontwikkeling volgens munisipale regulasies plaasgevind het nie. Mention was made of more than 6,500 houses that were destroyed and 10,000 houses that were partially destroyed, but nothing was said about the fact that in one of the districts, almost 2 months after the disaster, out of the 88 houses that were destroyed where temporary housing units were supposed to be built, only 4 slabs have been cast up to now. Minister sincerely thanked and have been, and I'm quoting, warmed by the empathy and solidarity displayed by millions of South Africans who have individually and collectively contributed to the 129,000 affected residents, close quote. What the minister neglected to mention that was none of the solidarity funds have been paid over to affected municipalities to assist the 129,000 affected residents. Die minister het in haar toespraak genoem dat die ramp in die werklikheid die toename van honger, armoede en werkloosheid en ongelykheid vererger. Dis korrek. Wat die minister nalat om te noem is dat haar rigiede onmenslike inperkingsregulasies daartoe bygedra het dat tussen 2 en 2.2 miljoen persone al werke, inkomste sedert 2020 verloor het. Dat haar regulasies veroorsaak het dat die skuldvlakke verhoog het. Dat kinderhonger toegeneem het, dat geweld teen vroue en kinders toegeneem het. Dat miljoene kinders se onderwys en geletterdheidsvlakke negatief geraak is, dat onwettige handel in sigarette wat belastingvordering negatief raak, deur die dak geskiet het en dat ongelykheid weens haar regulasies vergroot het. The minister mentioned that despite the extent of these challenges, that the effect of the disasters they had implemented in their programs which seek to build a safe, non-sexist, sustainable, prosperous and cohesive, connected and climate-smart communities, and that they must reconstruct and build back better. Deur die voorsitter en die minister in haar afwesigheid, indien u en u departement so ernstig was om 'n beter lewe vir almal te verseker, hoekom sou beide die burgemeester en onderburgemeester van die eThekwini munisipaliteit, een van die areas wat die ergste deur die oorstromings geraak is, opsetlik die besoek van die ad hoc komitee oor rampe vermy? Hoekom minister gee u voor asof die regering die belange van die rampslagoffers vooropstel, wyl u van reeds sukkelende munisipaliteite verwag om eie uitgeputte en soms verwronge begrotings aan te pas. Begrotings wat reeds tot 'n groot mate tot medium- en langtermynprojekte verbind is, te reprioritiseer om vloedskade aan te spreek. How, Minister, can you say that your program seek to build a safe and prosperous communities when the government promised 1 billion rand towards disaster relief, funds that have not been availed yet, funds that will not seem to be new money, be reprioritized funds that might or might not be available only after September this year. And whilst individuals, no, communities will have to stand in queues for drinking water, whilst mothers and children are reliant on handouts and shelters, expecting a better tomorrow with the winter knocking on the door and their dignity hanging in the balance, how can you sleep at night? In closing, Chair, Voorsitter, plaaslike regeringstoestand is die spieelbeeld van die ANC se nalatenskap. Hulle hoef nie 'n 22 miljoen rand vlagmonument op te rig nie. Die vervalle munisipaliteite, monumente van hartseer nagelate infrastruktuur, riool- en waterbesoedeling, donker strate, ewig teenwoordige slaggate, dit is u nalatenskap. The only cohesion that your department managed to establish is protest actions in and around municipal areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable L. Micha, Northwest MEC, Octa. Honorable El Mika.
Honorable Mika did indicate that you've got serious connectivity problems. So I don't know whether she's back in. If not, let us continue. We might come back to. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you up front.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. The next speaker is Honorable T. Ngadimeng, Deputy Minister, Cooperative, Governance and Traditional Affairs, Local Government. Honorable Ngadimeng.
Thank you very much and good afternoon, House Chair. Let me also take this opportunity to greet the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Chair of the members of the Selective Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, our Honorable Minister Dlamini Nkosazana Zuma, who is in absentia and wish speedy recovery to her, Deputy Minister Bapela, members of the provincial executives and delegates from provinces, representative from the South African Local Government Association, our labor, business and civil society, good afternoon. Thank you very much for affording us, Honorable House Chair, this opportunity to present to this August House the budget vote for both the Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs. Honorable Chair, the National Council of Provinces constitute an integral part of our democratic dispensation, especially as it pertains to local government sector, which is charged with, amongst other things, the responsibility to be at the forefront of integrated service delivery and transformation economically of our municipalities. Rightfully, we can never downplay the role that the NCOP is playing in terms of enriching the lawmaking process and the quality of the laws, particularly in ensuring provincial interests are considered at the national sphere of government, but also in keeping with the injunctions of cooperative governance. These injunctions nicely knit in and enjoins with our legal mandate as COPTA of facilitating cooperating governance through strengthening legislation, integrated planning for inclusive development. Honorable Chair, our budget presentation this afternoon comes at a time when our country is still reeling from the devastation of the floods that wreaked havoc in the parts of KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and in the Northwest provinces just over a month ago. And we extend jointly our heartfelt condolences to all those who lost their lives as a result of the floods. We are working together to protect the gains of our democracy by ensuring that the democratic and participatory local government sphere is vibrant. Honorable Bapela did, on behalf of the minister, touched on that prior to the 2021 local government elections, 32 municipalities across the country were subjected to various types of interventions in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution. And I will focus post the 2021 local government elections. All provinces retained the interventions that were existing prior to the elections, except for Northwest Province, which terminated 4 discretionary interventions post-elections, but invoked mandatory interventions on all the 4 municipalities, plus an additional 4, which means a total of 8 under a mandatory intervention. So to this effect, the department has worked together with National Treasury and SALGA, and we've issued a circular on the management of intervention post the local government elections, which sought to provide guidance, regulate, amongst other things, the management as they articulated, management of interventions as it is articulated after the local government elections. Of course, Honorable Pridel does to issues which takes too long to be resolved, but also I will articulate on the issues of the legislation. So 9 of the 30 municipalities, that is Mfuleni, Likwa, Governing West Rand, Inkosi, Langalbalele, Mtubatuba, Msunduzi, Abaqulusi, and Beaufort West local municipalities are harm concerns. And all these municipalities are under are experiencing extreme number of challenges, which ranges from being dysfunctional to a total collapse of financial governance and administration. However, support is unfolding in all of these 9 municipalities, including the Mangaung Metro and Enoch Mgijima, which have both been placed under Section 1397, which is a national intervention. And this happened in Mangaung in March 2022 and subsequently in Okumgijima in April 2022. Honorable House Chair, the financial recovery plans are attached to all these 9 municipalities, including the 2 metros. An indication has been made with regard to services that are short or are not adequate with regard to Nelson Mandela Bay. And the minister has signed, together with the Minister of National Treasury, a concurrence agreement with regard to assistance by the Department of Water and Sanitation with regard to water provision in Nelson Mandela Bay. So several engagements in line with our municipal support and intervention plans have been made together with the National Treasury. But to take home today is that an intervention framework has been developed and finalized, and it does indicate now key processes, roles, and responsibilities of what National COCTA is supposed to do, what Provincial COCTA is supposed to do, what other sector departments and municipalities within the intervention and support plan framework are supposed to do. We further clarify that the primary responsibility of the implementation of this MSIP will remain with the municipalities themselves. Therefore, council needs to make sure that they make it their responsibility to institutionalize by and incrementally increase these plans into their 5-year ITPs post the local government elections. So this approach is intended to ensure that all challenges are identified in the State of Local Government report, but are also implemented by council, but over the ITP cycle. So the department is supporting equally also municipalities with regard to technical assistance in data management as identified as a weakness by the Auditor General, records management identified by the Auditor General, waste distribution and electricity distribution. Water distributions, and electricity distribution. This is in line with the spirit of support which is encompassed in the district development plan, which is our operational model, which was adopted by the department after the pronouncement by the president. To date, 46 plans have also been subjected to rigorous quality assurance, and they have been made to be standardized with the framework which I spoke to, which also encompass support with regard to Section 154. So to this effect, Honorable House Chair, this afternoon, this budget vote aims to strategically enable a conducive condition to collectively harness all the resources that are in a municipality coming from all the 3 spheres of government. This knit closely with the proposals which we have made with regard to the amendment of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework and Municipal Structures Act, and which are both Section 84 and 85, to ensure that we have collated all the intense consultations which have been made to look into the technical and political intergovernmental platforms to support the spirit of DDM using the relations framework. Now I'll come to what Honorable Dodov and Honorable Bredel did raise with regard to interventions, but also the input with regard to intergovernmental monitoring support and interventions bill, which is currently undergoing changes because there's no national legislation regulating intervention in provinces in terms of Section 100 of the Constitution and Section 139 with regard to municipalities. But Chapter 13 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Act of 2003 regulates that there should be where there is cause for intervention is of financial nature. On the other hand, we need to find the legislation which regulates interventions with regard to which are arising from other causes besides financial. So we are currently with the amendment of that bill. We submitted in October 2021 to the State Law Advisory, and we obtained a compulsory certificate for Cabinet, which was submitted on the 2nd of December 2021. We are currently busy with the engagement within the service level agreement, which has been undertaken, and comprehensive oral and written submissions, which will then have to be put into process. The bill will be revised accordingly, and a preliminary constitutional compliance certificate was obtained on the bill, which is providing a green light for the department to start the process of tabulating the bill into cabinet, and we envisage that cabinet before the end of this financial year will allow us to do a public consultation with an intention of filling the void of interventions in both Section 100 and Section 139. We also are looking in terms of the operationalization of Structures and the Systems Act, and work has also occurred. Some of you might recall that the Structures Act Amended Act came into operation on the 1st of November 2021, and it is indeed a game changer. For example, it provides or it allows for a MEC to remove a councillor from office for a breach of code of conduct of councillors, which should have been adopted by council. The previous practice was councillors can be removed from office and can only be able to stand immediately after removal. That has been done away with. The bill provides that in no less than 2 years, that member is not eligible to stand. So the amendment, for example, also introduced a new section 79A of the Structures Act, which prohibits municipal office bearers such as mayors, deputy mayors, chief whips, exco, or members of a mayoral committee, as we know them, to become members of Public Accounts Committee, which is MPEC. It is envisaged that this will ensure transparency, which members have been complaining about, effective oversight and accountability. Also, an inclusion or insertion of a new...
As you conclude, Honourable Member, conclude.
It talks to MPEC. Honourable Chair, I will include with the support that we are giving to 25 municipalities with regard to municipal infrastructure grant, which allows them now to do that. Honourable Chair, let me say we request the House to adopt and support this budget, which allocates 358 billion and 554 million respectively over the MTSF period for budget vote 3 and 15. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honourable Member. The next speaker is Honourable MP Ndlovu, Mpumalanga MEC Gokta, Kajin.
Yeah.
Chairperson.
Honorable Ngwenya, thanks for your time and greetings to the Deputy Chair, NCOP, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Obed Papela, Honorable Deputy Minister, Ms. Tembi Kadimeng, part-time and full-time members of this august House, Salga representatives, representatives from provinces, our esteemed traditional leaders present here, and senior officials. We thank this opportunity provided to the province to contribute on this lovely debate on the two votes presented by Deputy Minister Papela on behalf of the intelligent, soft-spoken, principled, our mother, the Honorable Minister, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, known by some of us as Minister NDZ. I wish her speedy recovery. Chairperson, we are an amazing country. Most of the writers and the researchers agree that in South Africa, the governing party does not manipulate elections, but IEC is managing and running elections without the interference of the governing party. In this country of President O.R. Tambo, Deputy President Walter Sisulu, President Mandela, and others, elections are always credible, including the recent 2021 local government elections. All parties, as usual, accepted the outcome of the election. We have once more established a government that is not only closer to the people, but is with the people. Together, we are building better communities. I don't want to sound arrogant, Honorable Seleki, but through the will of the people, we'll renew our social contract with our people in 2024. We are not even heading for a coalition government. Zonkis are unproductive right from the beginning. let me indicate that after assessing, evaluating, and reflecting the responsibilities entrusted to the two departments, I can proudly say that they have delivered. The Department of Cooperative Governance identified 64 dysfunctional municipalities in the country, and 6 are from Mpumalanga. The department gave support to all these municipalities, and they were assisted to develop their municipal support and intervention plan. The plans were aimed on responding to specific challenges in each of the municipalities. The plans respond to the specific challenges identified in municipalities. The province has also established a committee comprised of Treasury, SALGA, Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, the affected municipality, and the district municipality. As we speak, these municipalities are in transit from the state of dysfunctionality to a healthy state where they will be able to discharge their mandate thanks to the support of the National Department of Cooperative Governance. The department also welcomed the view of the National Department that in future we should deploy teams, not just only one technocrat to assist a dysfunctional municipality. All our municipalities pass credible funded budget except 3, Lekwa, Tabachewu, and Govenberg. They are affected more by ESCOM and water boards. We insisted that they should regard their unfunded budget for 2021-22 financial year as a turning point to start to zero rate the unfunded budget. As a public representative from the ANC, we were taught after the first administration that we should not talk about plans and programs that are not budgeted for. We also discourage our municipalities to fund their capital program from their ambitious projected revenue collections. On this financial year 2021-2022, by the end of April, our MIG spending was at 80%. Since that period, our capital expenditure has exponentially improved. The province and the application for rollovers do not mix. We always exhaust our 1.8 billion allocation, thanks always to the support of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. In this province, access to water has risen to 87.9%. We are always working towards 100%. Access to flushing or chemical toilets is at 64.4%, and electricity stand at 92%. In Mpumalanga, when the sun rises, we work hard to improve access to basic services. I did not say that our people have 100% access to service delivery. I was chastised by the DA in the last debate that I was not representing the people of the province, but I'm representing my party. I don't understand how they want to exclude the main public from the public. So it was a problem to me. They also said that there are still communities in Mpumalanga that are without water. Yes, that is true. They are part of the 12.5% that we are prioritizing for the next financial year. I think the opposition is not fair. Maybe one should accept that fair is foul and foul is fair. We are not elected to this important institution to come and criticize only, but must also assist to develop possible solutions to the challenges that are affecting our people. As public representatives from the ANC, we don't subscribe to the view that we should support whatever the enemy opposes, and we should oppose whatever the enemy supports. We don't support the view of Mao Zedong. We have been taught by our forebears to support the view of Maimonides that we must accept the truth from whatever source it comes. So I want to request
that instead of criticizing always, they must come to the party and assist us to come with solution. We thank the guidance provided to us during the difficult times of COVID-19 pandemic. Municipalities were given extra grants to pay special attention on COVID-19. The grant enabled most of our municipalities to fight against COVID-19 pandemic through the provision of clean, safe water, replacement of mechanical parts in the waste treatment plants. Since 1994, we developed so many programs to create jobs, but the exponential population growth outweighs the rate of job creation. We will also assist to create jobs by prioritizing the revival of our township economy, remove barriers or red tape to do business with our municipalities, roll down red carpet for investment. We will continue with the CWP programs, which is regarded as an intervention aimed for the poorest of the poor to have a bread on the table. In the province, more than 27,000 people were contracted on an annual basis. All the concerns raised, which include minimization of consultancy and channel resources towards real labor contribution to create more jobs opportunities, are receiving our attention in the program. In the province. On this program, Mpumalanga province is serving as a pilot for the whole country. Ward committees are established in the province. We're just left with only 8 wards out of the total of 500. We have developed plans to assist municipalities to improve their audit outcomes. We have also adopted financial recovery plan. We will monitor the implementation of this plan. Chairperson of the House, welcome the staff regulation that have been promulgated by the department, which comes into effect with effect from the 1st of July 2021. We know that the regulation will pay special attention on the bloated and unaffordable municipal administration who must pay special attention also in the province. It will deal with incoherent HR practices, irregular and inappropriate appointments, poor skills development programs, ineffective performance management, lack of accountability, poor planning, under expenditure by municipalities on capital budget, ineffective revenue collection strategies, incoherent disciplinary and grievance procedures. As a province, we will be monitoring all our municipalities to ensure that these regulations are fully implemented by all our municipalities. Honorable Chairperson, I must indicate that the 5-year term of current provincial and local laws of traditional and Khoisan leaders in Mpumalanga is coming to an end.
Yes,
local houses are being set up afresh through election of members, and we have set the date for the 7th of June 2022 for the elections of the provincial house. We will soon be embarking on the reconstitution of traditional councils. In conclusion, let me indicate that as Mpumalanga will continue to work hard and better the life of our people, we know fully, as Deputy President of the ANC, Comrade Walter Sisulu said, what counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived, it is what difference we have made to the life of others that will determine the significance of the life we live. Mpumalanga Province support the approval of the budget vote 3 and 15 for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Thanks.
Malibongwe, MEC.
Honorable members, the next speaker is Honorable N.M. Khatebe, Inkatha Freedom Party, Bungani.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister in absentia, Honorable Deputy Minister. Whilst we have established a strong institutional mechanism by virtue of our Constitution and its framework legislation, the evils of corruption continue to be spread by some individuals working within government who have the sole purpose of lining their pockets with ill-gotten gains at the expense of the South African citizen. This has been going on for so long without criminal sanction that one can only conclude that such theft is either state-sponsored by a captured state and that there is no political will by this government to prosecute corrupt officials. Chairperson, we are facing a crisis. It is undeniable that our beloved country is confronted by political and social turmoil, and now, more than ever before, the Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Rights Commission's mandate to promote unity within cultural, religious and linguistic communities is essential. The Commission must function optimally, and the question must be asked whether the Commission is honestly serving the people of South Africa. Although the IFP fully endorses the Portfolios Committee's view that the funding of the CRL Rights Commission must be on par with the scale of duties the Commission has to fulfill, we cannot accept that 65% of the Commission's budget is allocated towards internal administration at the expense and opportunity cost of service delivery. This fact cannot and should not be accepted. Chairperson, the IFP has consistently called for the strengthening of cooperation between traditional leaders and formal governance structures. Traditional leaders speak on behalf of millions of South Africans, and they cannot play a distant second fiddle in the development agenda. Our constitution is being undermined by government not giving due and proper effect to the prescript that national legislation should provide for a greater role for traditional leadership as an institution at local level on matters affecting local communities. Traditional leadership can and does play a critical role in governance and must be included in local governance structures. Finally, the IFP is greatly concerned about the community work program, which despite the fact that 85% of the department's fund for the programs are allocated to this program, is not serving its critical purpose, namely to create employment opportunities in our rural communities. The people of South Africa deserve answers and deserve an accountable, transparent, and responsible governance. Honorable Chairperson, with the above being said, the IFP wishes to accept the budget vote and wishes the Honorable Minister a speedy recovery. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable C. Visas, DA.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair, Honourable Members and Honourable Deputy Minister, MECs of the provinces and all protocols observed. For 28 years, Cooperative and the ANC must acknowledge the regression of municipalities in South Africa and their failure to enforce the implementation of any of its initiated paper plans over this period. Local government has collapsed beyond disaster levels, destroying every municipality where the ANC governs to a point of no return. Despite the indicators of collapse, red lights flashed with every AG report widely published in the media for all to see. Honourable Member, if you do not recognize and identify the elephant in the room, that local government will forever be present in a landscape of disaster, should it continue like it is at the moment, subjecting South Africans to the ongoing infringement of human rights and the suffering of people, of the most vulnerable people. So wake up and smell the coffee. For 28 years, the APP of Cooperative reflects measures and objectives to increase employment, eradicate poverty, and reduce inequality. The stark reality is that Parliament, in its executive oversight, could not ensure that government delivers on these plans. In its roles and responsibilities, government must make use
of its limited resources and mitigate the risks of economic and political turbulence in every one of the municipalities in South Africa. But sadly, despite the given imperatives, the governing parties struggle to change their organization's behavior within. Their deeply divided factions, cader deployment, looting of municipal coffers, and their failure to comply with their constitutional obligations, the Bartopili principles, and the functional delivery of services expected from the communities they are supposed to service. ANC leadership in all these municipalities, under the watchful eye of COGTA, national and provincial, failed to drive progress within every initiative the past 28 years towards the most important policy outcomes. Honorable Deputy Minister, you presented COGTA's APP to this House with the exception to receive approval and a standing ovation, with COGTA completely failed in its functions for 28 years, leaving South Africans. Not one of the former plans were successful and implemented ever. The district development model further caused confusion of intergovernment relations and the delegations of power and service level agreements, because the function of democracy is designed to protect communities against the singularity of a central government. You know that for sure, because in your district development model, of which was a pilot project, our Tambo district municipality was the first one that where COVID money funding was corruption and fraud involved in. COGTA turned a blind eye in the concurrence of the capacity and integrity of appointments of municipal managers and CFOs in the areas where they govern. Knowing the background of every one of these officials that are recycled within their redeployment because of their commitment to public service, their hands-on approach to dealing with local challenges, their people-centered approach, their professionalism and goal-orientated commitment, their excellence, accountability and outstanding performance, their integrity and dedication to fight fraud and corruption. Nothing of that is any more important, but the level of which this municipal manager or accounting officer is in the level of his branch at the outside of the municipality. Adherence to these values will contribute to the expected required state of local government we all seek to see. We want to see people with the values that will improve municipalities where they govern. Sound financial management must be restored. At this stage, Chairperson, South Africa's faith in its municipalities has collapsed. Municipal rot amounts to 189 billion rand and growing. The AG Tsukani Maluleke explicitly confirmed the deterioration of local government and the downward trend in municipal health in well-documented media reports of financial mismanagement and maladministration. Honorable Dodovu, the consumer debt, I agree, is outstandingly ununderstandable. But you are aware that for the past 2 to 3 years, about 2 or 3 municipal accounts went out to consumers. Why is this then that consumers have to take the flak because municipalities cannot do the work? The Eskom prepaid electricity is understandably also. There's a huge debt, as Honorable Bosop has said, of outstanding debt of the Eskom accounts. How can you receive prepaid electricity money for electricity that wasn't even used yet, but you cannot pay the accounts? So what is wrong with the whole Eskom prepaid electricity bill, as well as the way the prepaid meters was installed? It should be investigated, and I have discussed that with you previously. The civil society group Corruption Watch has published in its report of 2021 highlighting the types of corruption causing a devastating effect on South Africa. They found that most corruption occurred within the office of the municipal manager, representing 34% of all reports received which have a direct link to service delivery. The report also points to nepotism, bribery, and disregard for policies and laws, with implicated officials rarely being held accountable. I quote from their report, "There are these cartel-like structures operating within municipalities. These are companies that have and continue to receive tenders provided for by the managers, but what we found is that people are still not receiving the services that are said to be done by these companies." But no accountability and or subsequent consequences happens to these accounting officers guilty of financial misconduct. The easy way out for provincial administration is to select one of the Section 139 constitutional interventions with an appointed administrator, and the endemic corruption continues unabated. ANC factional fights intensify, paralyzing municipalities into the chaos of dysfunctional governance allowed by the ill discipline of the ANC on their members and their councillors. South Africans consequently lost faith in the eroded and corrupt local government system.
As you conclude, Honourable Member.
Thank you. South Africans deserve the better life Madiba promised us all. To effectively turn this around, best governance is required that only the DA can deliver. We need leaders who lead, then citizens will follow. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honourable Member. Before I call Honourable Mkiva, I want to check that is it Honourable L. Mecha Beck? If it's not Beck, I'm continuing. Honourable members, I'll now call Honourable Z. Mkiva, ANC. Honourable Mkiva.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon to the members. Allow me to express my sincere greetings to the Honourable Deputy Minister who presented earlier, the Honourable Obed Papela, who was representing on behalf of the Minister, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. I also want to acknowledge the Deputy Minister as well, responsible for COGTA, Honorable Ngadi Meng, the MECs that come from all the respective provinces of our country, Honorable House Chair and Honorable members. The African National Congress remains committed to the vision of a capable, ethical and developmental state that was articulated in the National Development Plan. This was defined as a state with the capacity to mobilize all sections of society, including market forces, behind a developmental agenda aimed at the resolution of the challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. We have always emphasized the central role of the state in the transformation of South Africa from the ruins of colonial apartheid towards a non-racial, non-sexist, and truly democratic and prosperous society. Whilst we have made significant progress in the democratization of the state and building its capabilities, we recognize that this task has been difficult at the local sphere. We are still to attain the vision we laid out in 1998 white paper on local government, where it was expressed that the constitutional mandate of local government included creating sustainable, integrated, equitable, and viable cities and towns within the framework of cooperative governance. And this perspective doesn't leave out the rural communities of our country, as we know that we are also predominantly a rural society. This requires the fundamental transformation and redesign of this sphere of government so that it is adequately equipped to provide services and play a developmental mandate within the paradigm of democratic, inclusive growth and development. Our perspective remains that we need to bring new capabilities, attitudes, and approaches which strengthens relations between municipal councils and administrators, management and the workforce, and municipalities and the service users in our communities. Last year, 2021, our young democracy attained another milestone in its maturity when we successfully held the 6th local government elections since the democratic dispensation. Once again, the people of South Africa, who conducted themselves in a peaceful and democratic manner, affirmed the ANC as a capable instrument at the hands of the people to transform society and deliver a better life for all. The challenges we face at local government were vividly highlighted in the State of Local Government report, which Cabinet released ahead of the elections. This report cited challenges in the political administrative interface, governance, financial management system, and service delivery. The report revealed that 166 municipalities out of 257 were experiencing one or more of these challenges. Out of these, 64 had reached a state of dysfunctionality and service delivery had collapsed completely. The report further told us that at the time, 30 municipalities were under Section 139 intervention. I'm sorry, Chairperson, with that interruption. It's the network. The ANC is of the view that government must propagate policy and programs aimed at supporting the intervening in the municipalities. We attend to the identified challenges and turn around the situation at local government. Honorable Chair and members of this august House, one of the most critical aspects in building a developmental state is the aspect of human resources. It is important that we ensure that local government is run by qualified, ethical, and professional public service. The lack of proper human resources is one of which contribute to the degeneration of service delivery and the mismanagement of resources. This is what was emphasized by the Auditor General in the 2019 in the report titled "Not Enough to Go Around, Yet Not the Right Hands at the Till." The report revealed that almost R1 billion was spent on consultants by municipalities to put together financial statements, yet there are people hired in finance and audit departments. The report of the Public Protector on Ditsobutla local municipality in the Northwest revealed that the blurring of the lines in the political administrative interface also leads to the poor human resource capacity in municipalities. This report revealed that family, friends of relatives of the councillors were given responsibilities in the municipality despite only having matric and grade 11 as their highest qualifications. Even worse, it revealed the audit manager in the municipality only has a matric certificate as their highest qualification. This explains the absence of financial management control systems in the municipality.
Who is governing in those municipalities?
This tendency...
Honourable Member, continue, Honourable Member.
This tendency is epitomized by what we see in the city of Tshwane, where the DA-led coalition appointed a municipal manager whose qualifications stand disputed by SAQA, which they claimed were obtained from some university in the United Kingdom. We have also seen the re-emergence of apartheid job reservations for whites in the DA-led municipalities. It is in this context that we welcome the newly amended Municipal Systems Amendment Bill, which has been sent to the President for assent, Once it has been signed into law, it will deepen our agenda for the professionalization of local government and foster a healthy political administrative
interface. Is that the professionalization where you cannot get clean audits?
Furthermore, these amendments will allow for the depoliticization of the municipal staff appointments. Can you please stop your disruptive and destructive conduct? What you are doing is totally unacceptable.
It's heckling.
Because it points to the municipalities that are ran by the DA, and now you want to stand up here when we're outlining the facts of what is actually happening
That's
on
how
the ground.
Parliament works.
In the 2020 Local Government Week of the NCOP, we identified the lack of financial control systems as one of the challenges that characterize local government. This was subsequently confirmed by the State of Local Government report. The Auditor General in the 2019-2020 financial year MFMA report highlights that as a result of the lack of proper financial management systems in municipalities, fruitless and wasteful expenditure stands at 14.61 billion. It has also been highlighted that 30%
in your
of
ANC municipalities
ended the year with a deficit. This challenge has become more vivid in the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic, where municipalities and government had to procure PPEs and other services on an emergency basis. In the special report on COVID-19, the Auditor General confirms that there was a flouting of supply chain processes and some of the services were procured at a price above what was set by the National Treasury. The ANC will support the Auditor General in utilizing the new powers granted by the amended Public Audit Act of 2019 to issue notice for material irregularities and ensure the recovery of funds. Another challenge cited by the Auditor General is that municipalities are not responsive to audit opinion, and every year we are subjected to repeat the findings. The Department of Cooperative Governance, National Treasury, and Municipal Budget Councils must come with sound proposal to ensure that municipalities put in place and action audit plans. The ANC, in line with its heightened oversight approach, will ensure that this is results-driven, and the key barometer of this will be the reduction of irregular and fruitless expenditure. Honorable House Chair and the honorable members, the 2019 General Household Survey showed that while there has been a general improvement in the service delivery between 2002 and 2019, in particular access to drinking water, but this has been dampened by the access to drinkable water had declined in about 5 provinces. The largest decline was in Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and the Free State provinces. Our interventions at the local state will not mean much if they don't address the unequal patterns of distribution of water. We must be deliberate about resolving the challenges of water in Maluti Apofong in the Free State, in Pulukwana, in Limpopo, the Dr. J.S. Moroka local municipality in Mpumalanga. These challenges lead to uneven economic development, as these have a negative impact in not only the social lives of the community, but also small and medium enterprises. The ANC government should invest more in the building, maintenance, and upgrade of existing infrastructure in these struggling regions. And it is that we are focused on doing. And as the Deputy Minister was speaking here, clearly outlining what the President has even outlined in the State of the Nation address, that is the intervention that we are going to be making in ensuring that we invest and even invest more in the struggling regions. Investment in the infrastructure. Well. No, shut up, man. Investment in the infrastructure would not only improve the quality of life and dignity to the people of these communities, but it would also have some developmental spin-offs and contribute towards turning these municipalities viable economic space.
Honorable Kiva, can we listen to the point of order?
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I believe it's unparliamentary for the Honourable Member to tell other member to shut up. So can you please ask the honourable member to refrain from saying that and withdrawing that.
Honourable member, can you withdraw?
Honourable Chairperson, I meant to say Tulufe, but I will withdraw that one. We must also ensure.
Member, we may continue.
We must also ensure that local government plays its role in the resolution of energy challenges we are currently facing. This is dependent upon resolving the municipal debt crisis. We must inculcate a culture of paying for municipal services by those who afford.
Sorry, Honourable Kiva. Honourable Mteto.
Thank you, Chair. But, Chair, I've got a problem the way the DA is trying to interrupt the speaker on the podium. Whenever he's while he was presenting his speech, he was disturbed more than 3 times now. I think, Chair, please note that there's nothing else that they are raising as a point of order except that they want to disturb the speaker, not even hijacking into a point. They just want to disturb the speaker.
Thanks very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, please. I think the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chair did talk to all of you when we start our meeting. Let us respect each other. Let us not provoke each other. Please, Honourable Members. Thank you. Honourable Mkiva, can you continue?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, for that protection and not allowing minorities to bully us in a democratic state. We must inculcate a culture of paying for municipal services by those who afford and ensure that municipalities also meet their obligations to water boards and ESCOM. The view of the ANC on energy is captured in the Integrated Resource Plan, which, amongst other things, called for the decentralization of energy. The Honourable President of the country, President Ramaphosa, in the 2020 State of the Nation Address, announced that municipalities were in good financial standing will be allowed to develop or procure their own power generation projects. Our role is to ensure that municipalities become financially sustainable and are in a position to take advantage of the newly amended electricity regulations. In conclusion, we would like to emphasize that building a capable, ethical, and developmental state at a local sphere will allow us to unleash and harness the comparative and competitive advantage to our districts and local economies. This is crucial for development. The ANC will continue to build upon the democratic gains which we have registered since 1994 and deepen the implementation of our program for radical socio-economic transformation. The ANC is very clear, Chairperson, that it supports these budget votes for one reason and one reason only, because it pursues what we have always said is about the betterment of the lives of our people. Siyafuna ukuyinika ingcaciso yento ethi kulungile into kokubana abantu abagxekayo bagxeke kodwa bagxeke ngenkathalo besazi into kokubana urhulumente wabantu okhokhelwa ngu-ANC amehlo akhe uwajolise ngqo tswi ekuqinisekiseni into yobana ukhupha abantu bakuthi embandezelweni nasentluphekweni nakwintswelangqesho ethe tshitshilili kulo lonke eli. Yiyo loo nto singangabaziyo, singathingaziyo futhi ukuthi makaqhubekeke urhulumente we-ANC esebenzela abantu kuba yeyona nto ayonyuleleyo leyo. Angavumi nangaliphi na ixesha uphazanyiswa ngotheleweni abasoloko bekhetha iphela emasini. Ngaloo ngongoma mhlali ngaphambili kule ndlu ibekekileyo sithi siyi-ANC mayiye phambili le voti iqinisekise into yobana abantu bakuthi baphuma endlaleni. Enkosi.
Thanks very much, Honourable Mkiva. I'll now call the Deputy Minister, Gokta, and the Honourable Member, Obed Babel. Honourable Babel.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and give thanks to all members who have contributed to the debate. and quite a number of members were acknowledging the challenges that are faced in the local government, but also provided some ideas and then tentative solutions that we could then begin to embark on to turn the situations around so that people can live a better life, they can get better services, and we will definitely take those points into a plan and a program that will then begin to say, since the release of this report on challenges of local government, which a lot of members had also quoted on, will then be able then to now go to the era that we have diagnosed, and then some suggestions that emerged in that report, but I think some of the ideas that are emerging from this debate will also be included so that we could now be embarked on a journey of turning the situation in local government. I will also pass the messages of get well to the minister as expressed by quite a number of members and during the debate. Service delivery is everybody's business. And I think we should all be concerned that if municipalities do not perform to that particular function and task, it is our duty as honorable members in our oversight function to begin to expose such municipalities and indicate on those elements so that across the country, whether it's an ANC-led municipality or a DA-led municipality, there are challenges. And these challenges knows no borders, knows no political affiliation. They just beset themselves in the municipalities. And then therefore, let's work all of us together collectively to really make sure therefore that service delivery is improved. On the unfunded budgets, I just wanted to say, yes, the unfunded budgets is a worrying matter. They are accruing as a result of the many factors, amongst them the inward migration that imposes itself on the big towns and small cities and the metros. And in other situations, it is as a result of the uncoordinated planning between national, provincial, and the municipalities, where schools just get built without engaging the municipalities around their IDPs process in terms of whether water will be accessed to the school institution or so forth. But that, with the district development model, we hope it will then be a matter of the past so that these unfunded budgets do not accrue. But disasters are also coming in as another factor that we also need to be on the look. I agree that we need to build smartly and then adapt and mitigate against climate change issues. Skills is another area that was mentioned that we need the best skills be produced but also on a continuous basis, the recruitment of young people so that we could then begin to see the right people in the right job. And the minister released an article sometime this week saying in local government, what we need is nothing else but the skills that are needed there to come and then help in the situation. Fighting corruption, we fully agree with all that. Definitely, corruption eats people's money, and we must then really begin to work very hard to ensure, therefore, that we are able to defeat, including the new capture of the municipalities by external forces, and then that are business-orientated, some are personal, in capturing all our municipalities for this particular issue. The issue of the ESCOM and the water boards debt is under the care as we are engaging with SALGA and then other departments and the ESCOM and water boards themselves in mitigating on some of the issues that are leading municipalities to continuously to then not pay for those particular services, whilst at the same time taking cognizance that with a high level of unemployment, the revenue of the municipalities is also shrinking, and therefore we then have to work very hard to ensure that we turn the situation around. So, Chair, with that, we just really want to welcome all the comments and the proposals that are there, which will help us in strengthening the plan to really now begin to turn local government to be a functional sphere of government, supported by provinces, supported by departments, supported by everybody across all political parties. And with that, we just want to thank you and for the support on the budget vote. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Deputy Minister. That concludes the debate. I wish to thank the Deputy Minister and the ministers of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for availing themselves for the debate. Honorable members, before we go to proceed to the third order of the day, I would like to invite Chairperson Honorable J. Nyambi to continue with the third order. Honorable Nyambi.
Jomo for chairperson.
If ever he is not yet ready,
Hallelujah.
Honorable members, we now going to the third order of the day. Honorable delegate, we will now proceed to the third order, policy debate on debate vote 18, health appropriation bill, B7-2022, National Assembly, section 77. Honorable members, I'll now call upon the Honorable M.J. Pasha, Minister of Health, of the debate. Honorable Pasha.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Chairperson of this sitting of the National Council of Provinces. Let me pass my greetings to my colleague, Honorable Dr. Lomo, the Deputy Minister, the MECs who are there, members of the NCOP present, and all other honored guests on this platform. We thank you, Honorable Chair and the honorable members of the House, for this opportunity for us to present the budget vote for the Department of Health for 2022-23 financial year. We present this vote to you cognizant of the fact that the last 2 years have been challenging to all of us in the country and in the world, but even more for those of us in the portfolio of health and in the health sector overall. And the pandemic has had devastating effects, with many of us losing loved ones and also friends and colleagues, including here in the Honorable House, both in the NCOP and also in the National Assembly. We also honor the health workers, our heroic health workers who saved many lives while risking their own lives and also the lives of their families and friends. And regrettably, some of them lost their lives in the line of duty. So we want to say that we feel indebted to them and to their families for those especially who paid the dearest price of life itself. We want to take this opportunity also to thank the leadership of our country under President Ramaphosa, and also members of the cabinet and also provincial and local leaders for providing leadership under these very difficult circumstances. We also want to thank leaders of various formations in amongst our political parties in parliament, but also outside parliament, religious, traditional leaders, business and labor movement, for working with government in the process of mitigating against the effects of this pandemic and protecting our society. A few of the public, when we instituted a number of public health measures, most of the leaders of the country supported these measures and worked with us. We know that as people started to get tired of some of the measures, some of them started not to give 100% support, but we welcome the support. It's normal that with time, people start to see faults even where there may not be any faults. But we welcome the support over the long period of especially the hard lockdown, the various waves. As we know that we went through 4 major waves, the last big wave being in December of the last year, 2021, going up to February. And we just gone through what looks like possibly a more milder wave of what was considered a 5th wave, which has come, went very high, not much devastation, we haven't seen many admissions to hospital, We hope that this is possibly how the COVID-19 now is going to become endemic rather than more of a pandemic or epidemic. Currently, we know that we still have a few measures which are still in place, and we urge the country for more patience as we try and navigate a proper exit so that we don't have a comeback of this pandemic and we don't regret having invested a lot in the safety measures. We are very optimistic that what remains now will be just for a short period. Once again, wants to thank the leadership of our president for going out of his way to help us acquire very much a life-saving vaccines, not only for our people in South Africa, but also for the whole continent, working also with the leaders of the continent. Today, we are able to report that as of last night, we had administered just over 36,150,000 doses of vaccines to just under 20 million individuals, standing at 19,930,000. So just about 70,000 short of full 20 million individuals, adult South Africans who have been vaccinated. This constituting 50% of all adult members of the population having at least one dose of a vaccine. The 60 plus age group are really very exemplary. They responded very well. We have just passed 70% of coverage of the 60 plus. The 50 to 59 plus age group, just under 66% at 65.8, and the 35 to 49, just under 54% at 53.8. Where we have a major uphill battle is with the young people of between 18 and 34, where we're struggling at just over 37%. And we believe that this is largely due to the influence of social media, which spreads a lot of anti-vaccination messages. The COVID-19 pandemic is not yet over. So we continue to make a call to all South Africans 12 years and over to come forward to be vaccinated, because we want to defeat this pandemic once and for all. We also encourage everyone older than, especially the adults over 18, but more especially the 50 years and over, to come forward for boosters as already available through the various regimes, whether you have had the Johnson & Johnson or the Pfizer vaccine. I'm sure honorable members and members of the public are now familiar. We are now going into further boosters. All of us of the adult age are eligible for a third dose of J&J and a fourth dose of Pfizer as we also navigate the winter, and hopefully we hope to be exiting the pandemic. We appreciate the effort of some of our young health professionals who launched a campaign called Kiredi, a campaign to encourage young people to come forward and be vaccinated. Now, on Friday this week, we will be launching a Global Vax campaign in partnership with the US Embassy in Mgungundlovu, Pietermaritzburg in KZN, which emanates from the commitment of the President of the United States of America, President Joe Biden, to donate more than 1.2 billion doses of vaccines globally to contribute to the vaccination of over 70% of the world population. The Honorable Chairperson, this pandemic did derail some of our programs as we diverted a number of resources, including human resources, into containment and management of its impact. In the process, we also learned some positive lessons, such as learning to work together as all of government, from local, provincial, and national government, but also including some of our entities. We also learned to work with the private sector, starting with the procurement of personal protective equipment to diagnostics and also therapeutics, but even more in the acquisition of vaccines, working together, and the administration of vaccines, this 36,150,000, which I just alluded to earlier on, could not be done by government alone. So the private sector also came to the party. And we also thank the many health scientists and researchers who came forward to be part of our ministerial advisory committees, and also providing cutting-edge research in viral genomic sequencing and surveillance, which enable us to be recognized the world over in sharing advanced information. I can report to this House that just a week ago, we were in Geneva at the World Health Assembly, where all members of the World Health Organization assemble yearly to come and share a number of information, experiences, and policies. And during this, South Africa was in a lot of demand for bilaterals by various countries, wanting to, amongst others, congratulate us in terms of our cutting-edge scientific research, but also wanting to work with us. Honorable Chair and members, in this financial year, our major focus is in recovery and also recovering comprehensive health services programs, which, as I've mentioned, we lost some of the pace as we focused on the pandemic. We have agreed with colleagues, MECs, some of whom I can see on this platform and all will be speaking, that going forward, we will be integrating the COVID-19 measures, mitigation measures, into the comprehensive basket of services at the primary health level and also upwards in terms of our chain of services, including the vaccination program that this must now be integrated into our daily services. This will include catching up on delayed surgical procedures, where we know that there are many people who are due for a number of surgical procedures who were delayed for weeks and months and some even for years as a result of the pandemic occupying most of our focus in the health facilities. We are aware also that there's evidence from the WHO that there are a number of infectious diseases and non-communicable diseases which contribute to almost 70% of the mortality of our population. From the infectious diseases, we know that major killers on the communicable side is tuberculosis, especially where it occurs in combination with HIV and AIDS. And in the last 2 years, COVID-19 has added to this. While on the NCDs, we know that high blood pressure will lead into strokes and heart diseases, diabetes mellitus, cancers, and also chronic lung diseases contribute to this 70% of the mortality in our population. Now, with the advent of COVID-19, we lost some ground in finding people with HIV and TB to be put on treatment. And we have lost some of our targets in terms of the 1990 as agreed with the UNAIDS. So we are making sure that we can catch up. We have even lost ground in as far as the promotion of family planning, which have seen an explosion of teenage pregnancies. And a couple of months ago, on this very platform of the National Council of Provinces, we held a debate to discuss this problem of teenage pregnancies. So these are also areas in terms of reproductive health and rights, which we are also catching up to make sure that the family planning can also get into the platform and be very much promoted. With NCDs, non-communicable diseases, we know very well that they are driven by certain lifestyles, key to which are lack of physical exercise, smoking of tobacco products, unhealthy diets, and also harmful use of alcohol. We welcome the fact that during the lockdown time, we saved a number of people from smoking due to the ban on sales of tobacco, even though government became unpopular in some quarters, but we did save some habits of smoking. Yesterday, our department, led by Deputy Minister Jomo and the MEC for Health in the Eastern Cape, led in the launch of our National Strategic Plan on the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases 2022 to 2027 in Somerset East in the Eastern Cape. This was also the World No Tobacco Day. The NSP provides a platform to mobilize communities for awareness, know-how, and active action for healthy living to defeat non-communicable diseases. As we breathe a sigh of relief from the acute pressure of COVID-19, we want to turn our attention to the improvement of the quality of service in our health facilities, in line with the aspirations and the targets of the National Development Plan, the Presidential Health Summit decisions of 2018, and the Health Compact, which was signed by a number of partners in 2019. In doing so, we want to deal with long queues, waiting times at our clinics and hospitals, congestion, sometimes leading to patients sleeping on the floors, and also shortages of commodities such as medication, and also sometimes even linen, and sometimes even foodstuffs. So these are the matters of the essential service improvement, which we're now able to focus on as the pressure of COVID gets less and less. Honorable Chairperson and members, our allocated budget for 2022-23 is an amount of 64.5 billion, of which 86%, or just around 55 billion, will be transferred to provinces as conditional grants to support a number of programs such as the fight against TB, HIV, and AIDS, and STIs, sexually transmitted diseases, and also non-communicable diseases. The funds will also support human resources, especially training for scarce skills, such as medical specialists, but also statutory training functions, such as medical interns and community service doctors. A significant amount will go towards infrastructure of new facilities or replacement and refurbishment and maintenance of health facilities, because we can't talk of quality, improvement of quality, without also addressing infrastructure and equipment at our health facilities. Just to give some examples, without going into a lot of details, the National Tertiary Services Grant to an amount of 14.3 billion rand. In terms of this service, it will, amongst others, go towards oncology services, radiation therapy for cancer, chemotherapy, renal dialysis, also acquiring of some of the specialist skills. So this is what this grant will provide. Also the health professions and training development grant, which will also augment human resources, including the training of in-training specialists, what in medical terms we call registrars. So these are some of the funds. Also the fight against 5.5 billion will go into the training grant, 14.3 billion into the tertiary services grant. Also the fight against HIV and TB, 24 billion rand will go into that. So, Honorable Chair, as we mentioned, a significant allocation will go towards infrastructure maintenance and revitalization. In this case, an amount of 6.79 billion rand is allocated directly to provinces as part of the NHI grant. This will cover the construction, upgrading, and rehabilitation of various facilities. But over and above this, a further amount of 1.5 billion will also spend in various provinces from the national department supporting provinces, also to also as part of the upgrading of various facilities. Just as an example of some of those which will benefit in the Limpopo province, Siloam Hospital will benefit. In the Eastern Cape, Zitulele District Hospital and Bambisanane Hospital in the OR Tambo district will be amongst those. Also, the long-awaited Limpopo Academic Hospital will be covered with an amount of 500 million rand, which will allow the start of the construction of the Limpopo Academic Hospital. In addition, we are working with the Gauteng Province Health Department to speed up the rehabilitation of Charlotte Maclake Academic Hospital following the fire last year. The accident and emergency unit has already been commissioned for service and is fully functional, covering services such as trauma, medical and surgical emergencies, obstetrics, pediatrics, mental health, and also COVID-19 emergencies. The CT scan, which unfortunately had been vandalized, is already fully functional, and therefore they are able, that's why they are able to also deal with the accident and emergencies. The rest of the hospital is expected to be fully functional by the end of next year, 2023. Honorable Chair, as a government of the ANC, we are fully committed to the implementation of universal health coverage. We appreciate the fact that the National Assembly Committee, Portfolio Committee, is in the end stage of finalizing the NHI bill. We're looking very forward and hoping that the members of the Assembly will adopt this into an act and then forward it to yourselves as the NCOP. And we urge you to support this bill when it comes to to the House. This bill will help us to close the gap between the rich and the poor. It will really create a platform for a game changer of equalization of opportunities amongst it, irrespective of the income of individual South Africans. It will lay the foundation for an integrated health services. We have learned a lot also, as I've said, from the COVID, to try and also lay the foundation for closer cooperation between the public and private health sector. In terms of sharing information on hospital beds, we're able to report daily on how many COVID beds are occupied. Lab tests, we're able to update the nation daily. And also on the vaccination, we use a common platform, which is wholly owned by the state in terms of the EVDS. So in terms of the further strengthening of creating conditions for the NHI, some of the funds will be allocated directly to start the preparation in terms of making sure that the infrastructure is prepared, that we lay the ground for contracting of private service providers, also in support of digital health platforms through which health information systems can also be ready to implement the National Health Insurance Scheme. Also, the health patient registration is already quite well advanced, with more than 57 million people already registered in our especially in our public health facilities. So we are also very advanced in the creation of a single portable patient record system, which will help us also to create a good foundation for National Health Insurance and its information system. Honorable Chairperson and members, quality of care is very key, and to achieve this, human resources for health are very key. So we're very grateful that as part of the fight against COVID, there were some stimulus funds which were allocated to the department, and through this we're able to hire an additional 73,000 health workers, nurses, community health workers, and other professionals. Unfortunately, as this was a temporary solution, it has supported us for 2 years, and this has started to be reduced as other functions must also be funded. And we know that this has put pressure on many of our provinces as far as they will not be able to continue with some of the short-term contracts. And this is creating a gap in various services, because it is not only because of COVID, but we know that we already had a gap in our staffing in almost every province. Already, we also appreciate the fact that a major issue which has been a chronic problem, which is the funding for the internship, medical interns and community service, we're able to receive additional funding from our National Treasury in an amount of about 2.1 billion rand to fund this. So we appreciate this. Honorable Chair, a major issue which is also a drain to our fiscus in the health system is the medical legal claims. We want to assure the House that we are working with all our provinces to make sure that we can reduce this drain on our fiscal, on our health, very scarce resources of financial resources of health. We're working together on a common system through which case management can be improved to make sure that when there's such litigation, we can respond speedily. Also in terms of specialist services for forensic investigation, because many of these are definitely fraudulent and they've got no basis. So if you don't investigate, you may end up, as we get taken to court, parting with very key resources for health. As I go to the end, Honorable Chair and members, I want to just assure the House also that from the health side, on the KZN flood disaster, we have been working with the province to identify areas where there is need for intervention. We are very fortunate that the damage to health facilities was not very severe, but where there has been such damage, our infrastructure team is working very well with the province to make sure this can be attended to, that the repairs can be attended to, so that all the facilities can be returned to full functionality. We're happy to see that in a major hospital such as the Prince Mshini Hospital in Mlazi, the water has been restored and the hospital is able to function fully, because it was a major difficulty with water transported through tankers into JoJo tanks to run the hospital services, which was not really possible. So we welcome the progress in this regard. Honorable Chair and members, I want to say again that to us, the National Health Insurance is really our future. It is the future platform through which, if we can pass this legislation and make sure that it becomes the legal framework, we can be able to have an equalizing legal framework to make sure that the rich and the poor can all benefit. We can all stop spending so much of scarce money which we earn towards additional spending on health services. We will contribute all into one kitty, and this will be able to cater for all of us, whether we utilize public or private services. And we again want to urge members, when the bill comes to the NCOP, to support this. We want to again encourage all South Africans at this time to say, COVID-19 is not yet over. We are in a very promising situation. The indications are that the severity part is probably passing. We're probably going into the endemic, but we still have to be vigilant, and therefore more vaccination required. And as we now and then will update the public health measures which we need to still adhere to protect ourselves, we want to urge all South Africans to support us.
As you conclude, DM.
Let me just, as I conclude, to say that I want to thank the Deputy Minister Dlomo for his support in this portfolio, the DG and all senior managers, and my colleagues, the MECs of all provinces, for their full cooperation in tackling all these difficult tasks. Without their support, we would not be where we are. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister of Health. I'll now invite Honorable Gillion, who's the chairperson of the Select Committee. Honorable Gillion.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Greetings to the Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, Chief of the NCOP, Minister and Deputy Minister, all MECs present, all special delegates and members of the NCOP. Allow me, Chairperson, to give the input as a chairperson on this budget vote. The global capitalist system has led to the commodification of various basic services, which ought to be accessible to all as a basic need. Due to the market supply and demand of private healthcare services, this has concentrated health, financial and technical resources within the private sector, resulting in an unequal distribution of quality healthcare. The unequal distribution has also been shaped by the legacy of apartheid, which distributes resources unevenly for urban and white communities, while townships and rural areas are inhabited by the Black and African majority. Honorable members, despite the challenges in our healthcare system, we should note that the 2021 General Household Survey by Stats SA reported that 72% of households said they would go to public clinics, hospitals, or public institutions, while 27% would first consult private healthcare services. About 9 million South Africans are on medical aid, whilst 50 million are covered by the government. This demonstrates the significance of this budget votes as it supports the overall majority needs of all South Africans. The lack of development of adequate health facilities to serve communities in an accessible manner is a major backlog in public health care. This is the spatial inequality development. The Department of Health has been earnestly working to address the backlog challenges. It is for this reason that universal healthcare coverage is imperative to guarantee all South Africans quality healthcare services and not based on class. Through the phased implementation of the NHI to address the infrastructure gap and the maintenance of current healthcare infrastructure over the medium-term expenditure framework, 8.8 billion rand has been allocated through the National Health Insurance Indirect Grant. This is a significant allocation, and it demonstrates the policy orientation of the department in preparing our healthcare system to meet the required NHI norms and standards. Chairperson, this allocation is important in improving the service provided by our healthcare system. For the current vote, 40 public healthcare facilities will be constructed or revitalized, whilst 21 hospitals will be constructed or revitalized, and 120 public healthcare facilities such as clinics, emergency base stations, and hospitals will be maintained. The intervention will not close the infrastructure backlog, but it will go a long way in improving and expanding healthcare services in areas with great health needs. House Chairperson, the backbone which determines the strength of a healthcare system in its human capacity. Health professionals such as nurses, doctors, and other specialties play a major role in the provision of healthcare. We must applaud and pay respect to our healthcare workers who have been on the front line in the fight against the coronavirus pandemic. They stood by their oath in the most uncertain period in this 21st century. Our health capabilities were not only through our healthcare workers, but the health scientists who are an integral part of the healthcare system. The World Health Organization has commended South Africa in its health response to the pandemics, which was based on cutting-edge research from our scientists and global research. Science and innovation in health is a critical area in which the department needs to strengthen its policy approach to be embedded with the optimal use of research in responding to the nation's disease burden. South Africa is also impacted by the migration of healthcare practitioners who move to developed countries for work opportunities. This is a risk that will continue to exist. What is critical is how the department implement its human resource strategy. We need to continue learning from the health systems around the world, such as Cuba, and also begin developing our indigenous medicines, such as herbs and other medicines like the Chinese do. To arrive at this level of mainstreaming, indigenous medicines required investment in their development. We need to ensure that our higher education institutions should expand their health faculties to produce more doctors and other specialized health skills. We acknowledge and commend the strategic international cooperation, such as the Nelson Mandela Fidel Castro Initiative. This medical program, which was established in 1996 by President Mandela and President Fidel Castro of Cuba, has benefited South Africa, increasing our health and human capacity. We commend the 8 provinces which support this program, except for the Western Cape government. We should expand and improve the quality of training of nurses. We shun the Western Cape government for not prioritizing the training of students as part of a program established by former President Mandela. Though the DA tries to use the image of former president of the ANC, they do not support one of his major programs. The democratic alliances of narrow, right-wing, and liberalism are resulting in disadvantaging you students who would love to study medicine in Cuba. Honorable members, to increase healthcare practitioners, we need to also increase our health facilities and health colleges to increase the number of healthcare workers. One of the major challenges affecting public health expenditure is the increasing expenditure on medical cases due to acts of negligence. It is also of concern that there are also allegations of collusion of medical staff and lawyers. These unethical and fraudulent practices require closer scrutiny by law enforcement agencies. The Eastern Cape in the previous year had an abnormal increase of medical cases, and we implore the department to strengthen accountability systems to ensure quality assurance of the healthcare provided to patients to curb medical cases. House Chairperson, TB, HIV, AIDS, and cancer remains a major cause of death in our country. It is also important that we consistently monitor our health through testing. We welcome the support provided to the tracking and tracing of patients lost to follow up for TB and HIV treatment traced by community health workers at 350,000 for the current year, and the department targets to start having 222,900 on TB treatment. We also welcome the introduction of the HIV self-screening to 200 facilities. Will assist with efforts to monitor infections and to provide support to the infected persons on time. Community health workers are a critical arsenal in promoting preventative measures and providing support for the needy in the communities. Fighting the coronavirus pandemic also requires tracking and tracing to stop the spread of the virus through testing to ensure that people take precautionary measures all the time. We need to have a more preventative system that promotes a lifestyle that enhances the health of the population. Testing and taking health precautionary measures should be part of a normal routine to ensure treatment is provided before severity. To build a capable developmental state, the state needs to be agile and be a learning organization that adapts its policies and practices based on its experience. The experience of managing the coronavirus pandemic has surely built new capabilities in our health system. It has also demonstrated the capacity of the healthcare system, which, despite the strain, relatively responded to this crisis. Some of the developed countries experience major challenges as their health system struggle to contain the pressure induced by the coronavirus pandemic. The department should infuse the lessons to improve practice and enhance the agility of the department. The African National Congress supports the budget vote and calls on the department to continue to improve our healthcare system to ensure quality services. Challenges will always exist in a course of social transformation. But what matters most is our determination to ensure we create a better life for all through protecting the well-being of all, particularly the poor and the marginalized. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Gillion, Chairperson of the Select Committee. I'll now invite Honorable Bacha, and Honorable Deputy Chair will assist while dealing with the other challenges. Honorable Bacha, Honorable Deputy Chair Lucas.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and honorable Minister, the plight of COVID-19 has made government turn a blind eye on other social health issues and challenges such as TB, HIV, STIs, teenage pregnancy, substance abuse, mental health in the, just sorry, Chairperson, just a bit, thank you. Yes, Chairperson, that this be done and concluded. No, I'm not. I'm struggling, Chairperson. I'll be. Jesus. I'm struggling with my device. If you can just give me a minute.
Will a minute be enough? Are you ready now?
Let me just see, Chairperson.
He is born within technology. You cannot say like us, he was born before technology.
Load shedding, Deputy Chair, load shedding.
There's a problem. You may continue. Honorable Baha, are you ready?
Almost there, Chair.
Okay.
Voorsitter, hy lyk net jonk, maar hy is ook maar ouer, so gee hom net so oombliekie asseblief.
Die volgens sy geboortesertifikaat.
I'm ready, Chair. Thank you so much for your indulgence. Chair, the plight of COVID-19 has made government turn a blind eye on other social health issues and challenges, such as TB, HIV, STIs, teenage pregnancy, substance abuse, and mental health. In the face of COVID-19, we saw the government moving swiftly, putting things in motion under the corrupt hand of those that fed themselves without a shame, whereas people were in agony of losing their loved ones who were dying. And yes, I'm referring to your predecessor, Minister. More people died due to poor healthcare services, lack of hospital and staff not properly trained to handle pressure. Not only did COVID-19 kill people, but mere ignorance and arrogance of our government, turning a blind eye while panicking. TB killed more people than COVID-19 did. People were chased away from the facilities because of government incompetence. Don't think we forget about the burning grilled chicken. Teenage pregnancy went sky high. Mental health took a toll. HIV management collapsed. The same zeal and commitment that the department demonstrated to handle COVID-19 should be used to holistically deal with other chronic ailments. The SIU has investigated 5,467 contracts awarded to 3,066 service providers with a total value of 14.3 billion. Investigations into 4,549 contracts that has been finalized, of which 2,803 were found to be irregular. In essence, this means that 61.2% of all procurement was irregular. We therefore want to urge that this be done and concluded with utmost urgency so that people can see that the government does no favors for those caught of wrongdoing. The health department has to act on recruitment of doctors and nurses. For instance, the budget for nursing services has only increased by 1.3%, and this can't be enough given the fact that healthcare professionals were working under unimaginable stressful conditions and continues to do so in the face of COVID-19. I cannot speak on health issues and not mention the province I come from, Gauteng. The province Department of Health failed to spend 2.6 billion of its budget, despite unfilled posts and hospitals that require urgent attention. On top of all that, there's also 658 million unauthorized expenditure. The good thing to note is the appointment of a head of department and a chief financial officer, which might make things better than they've been in the past. COVID-19 continues to be a thorn in the flesh to the greater society of South Africa. And yet the department doesn't seem to be winning the battle due to a lack of commitment. There is a need for a more aggressive vaccine literacy program to educate the masses of the benefits of the vaccine, to dispel the myth, but we all know how digital vibes ruin that. A clear and visible leadership should lead in undertaking these campaigns to give communities a vote of confidence. Although we have lost members of parliament due to COVID-19, there are some members who feel strongly that they are not going to be vaccinated. If members of parliament are not in support of the initiative, how is the government going to win that with people outside of parliament? There is a need for a strong collaboration with the civil society organizations to ensure that no one is left behind in accessing health services that are integrated with primary health care, non-communicable and communicable diseases. These services should go to the people through mobile clinics, and the use of home-based carers should not be undermined, since they are people from these communities and therefore are familiar with them. Government should empower and invest in our own people before they seek to look elsewhere. There's been a huge increase in budget allocation to health as a result of the pandemic, but has it been used effectively to build the system for future responses? The answer is no. It is important to utilize the resources available to avoid the situation we just witnessed with COVID-19. The repeated fires in hospitals and health centers are a big issue. Either it is a breakdown of the system or a sign of no maintenance. It could be sabotage that causes dissatisfaction of the people in the system. These are the same people. Please mute. These are the same people that the system depends on to make it work. If they are dissatisfied, this points out to a lack of maintenance of relationship with frontline workers. It is therefore important to undertake thorough investigation so that we know what the causes of these fires are. Chairperson, queuing time at clinics has become a problem as people get back to normal. Clearly, clinics are not back up to full capacity to provide services. Meanwhile, these are the closest health institutions to people in our communities. The department needs to urgently deal with that as a matter of urgency. The catch-up of operations and procedures that were postponed due to COVID-19 is not happening adequately. There's still a huge backlog and waiting times are too long. Minister, this needs urgent attention in trying to get things back to normal. In addition, there's a problem with the mobile clinics as they seem to be unreliable. For instance, in Midvaal, there's a thought of doing a petition to address this growing discomfort. This also requires a speedy response, Minister. These are but some of the observations and proposals to address regarding the issues pertaining to health in South Africa. Urgent attention to these could go a long way in trying to bring better health services to the people. I thank you, Chairperson. Thank you so much for indulging with me.
Thank you very much, Honorable Baha. We will continue with the debate and we will call on Honorable Chiu of the Free State MEC to continue with the debate. Honorable Chiu. Honorable member, are you experiencing a challenge?
I am experiencing a challenge. It was the issue. I can't even. Can I also request that I do not switch on the camera because I'm struggling with the network?
You may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of or this is the Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces, the Chairperson of the Select Committee, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Health, Minister of Health, Honorable Joe Pasha, the Deputy Minister, Honorable Sibongiseni Domo, leaders of the political parties, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. The 2021-22 was a year that preceded the most ever challenging period in the history of the Department of Health, where we were confronted with the COVID-19 pandemic. However, during the year under the review, we experienced reduced number of infections because of the intervention, the implementation of the vaccinations, and also the more people being now educated on the issue of using the non-pharmaceutical interventions. We saw that there were a reduction in the number of people that got infected, and even the admissions in the hospitals got reduced. Although the department was faced with such a challenge, we had to refocus implementation on the catch-up to improve performance on the other priorities, especially on the issues of other communicable diseases and the non-communicable diseases, as we saw that during the COVID-19 pandemic at its height, when the hospitals were really battling under pressure, many of the people that are on treatment, especially on the chronic treatment, many of them did not get their treatment. So we are really trying as much as we can to make sure that we catch up on those. So we made sure that our community healthcare workers, as they visit the families, they now do not only concentrate on COVID-19, but also concentrate on other communicable diseases, including the non-communicable diseases. Indeed, we said COVID-19 affected the services at all levels of care. Although infections, we say they were lower in this financial year. This can be attributed to the vigorous department which we employed in dissemination the information of the COVID-19 to our people. Primary health care re-engineering continues to be a cornerstone of healthcare services, and the department intensified implementation of the PHC programs such as integrated school health program and ward-based outreach team. With the issue of the problem of us experiencing the high teenage pregnancy, all our primary health care facilities have been urged to implement the adolescent corners in their clinics so that all our adolescents can visit the facilities without being afraid that they'll be judged, where they have the nurses that would be talking to them, giving them skills on how to deal with the issue of an adolescent, the development that happened within the adolescents, and also making sure that those that are already sexually active get the contraceptives without mixing with the elderly who have come for the clinic, where they have to be attended by a special nurse that will be attending to the adolescents. To date, we have been able to appoint 2,000 as the Free State, 423 community healthcare workers as part of the ward-based outreach team, because we wanted at least to reach more of our communities, and we have able to achieve that. We are now covering 50% of the population of Free State. We are now at 154 wards covered by the ward-based outreach teams, when we have 309 wards within the Free State province. The household visits conducted by the WH, the war boards, increased from 77,822 to in 2020-21 financial year, they increased to 116,023 in 2021-2022 financial year. With the child health immunization coverage in this year under review, it improved from 77.4% at the end of 2020-2021 financial year to 91.3% from as at the end of 31st March 2022. This was as a result of full implementation of immunization catch-up drive at all districts, and also making sure that we combine the work of COVID-19 together with the vaccination of the young ones. The mental health, a total number of 320,000 people were screened for mental disorders and referred after the mental health care assessment was after they have been assessed for mental health, they've been referred to the clinic for the interventions. The department is implementing the strategy to achieve universal mental health access, which includes the contracting of mental health care practitioners. In the provision in the previous financial year, 2 clinical psychologists were contracted at the primary health care to manage and provide psychosocial services at 514 mental health care for 514 mental health care users. To reduce the backlog that we are experiencing of forensic mental evaluations and treatment of state patients in correctional facilities, additional clinical psychologists, occupational therapists, and the social workers will be contracted. This is what we are planning to do in this financial year. To strengthen institutional capacity on mental health, we have appointed 2 fully functional mental health review boards to uphold the rights of the mental health care users and institutions in the Mental Health Care Act number 17 of 2002. On HIV and AIDS, we know that even at the time of the COVID-19, these two also suffered a lot as the main programs that we have to look at. The department remained committed to achieving the 90-90-90 strategy through our performance, though our performance during the COVID-19, like I say, was affected and it went down. But the district of Thabo Mofokeng remained in the top 5 districts that achieved the 90-90-90 strategy. And we are trying to copy from what Thabo Mofokeng did in all other districts so that we achieve the 90-90-90 strategy in all our districts. We are also working with our community healthcare workers to make sure that we achieve the 90-90-90 strategy in all other districts. The other intervention that we are doing is that we have increased we have increased the number of patients that we have enrolled on CCMDD as we are trying to decant and also trying to deal with the issues of patients waiting time at the clinic when they come to get their their medicines. So we have enrolled more patients on the CCMDD.
As you conclude, Honorable MEC, you've got 1 minute.
Okay, Deputy Chair. The department would not have been where it is if it were not for healthcare workers who relentlessly remained at the forefront of the pandemic, despite the difficulties that we are facing. And we are committed to ensuring that we catch up on all the programs that suffered during the height of COVID-19. And we are also really glad that the community of Free State they were able to respond very well when we were working on the COVID-19 vaccination. And we are at this point in time above 50% of the total target population that have been vaccinated, and above 70% on the age, the very vulnerable age of above 60. So we are really doing very well, but we're still not there at the 70%. And we are encouraging our people to visit our vaccination programs. And we are going to continue with visiting all the communities at their place where they stay, so that we are able to increase the number of vaccinated people in the province. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. The next speaker will be the MEC of Health in Gauteng, MEC Mukheti. MEC Mukheti.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Mute, Honorable MEC Free State. Mute, please. You may continue, MEC Mukheti.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, for the opportunity. Greetings to the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister of Health, members of the provincial executives, honorable members of the NCOP, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, delegates from various provinces, ladies and gentlemen. This National Council of Provinces house sitting takes place during the Youth Month, where we commemorate the history of selfless struggle championed by young people during the dark days of colonial apartheid government. During the month of June, the Gauteng Department of Health will be focusing on different programs promoting healthy behavioral change, including themes on economic empowerment and career opportunities to uplift young people in our province. Honorable Chairperson, the overall thrust of this budget vote is anchored around the objectives of strengthening our Gauteng health system to be more responsive to patients' needs. We will demonstrate how we are looking to carry out the department's annual performance plans and to prudent deployment of the allocated budget, thus providing a comprehensive rationale of our considered decisions. Honorable members, for the 2022-2023 financial year, our department received a total budget of 59.4 billion and further 178.2 billion over the 2022 medium-term expenditure framework. With this allocation, the department intends to transform the health system and improve the quality, safety, and overall coverage of health services it provides to the citizens of Gauteng. Furthermore, a total of 1.5 billion is allocated for the comprehensive health response to COVID pandemic. This is assigned for administering the vaccination rollout program, amongst others. Includes in this amount is 1.1 billion, which is designated to sustain field posts created for COVID-19 response program. On the critical positions, Honorable Chairperson, and I'm happy that Honorable Baha did acknowledge that we did appoint the HOD and the CFO, and that recent appointment of the CFO and the HOD, and including the Deputy Director General for Corporate Services, Ms. Basani Balwe, with effect from the 1st of March 2022, marks an important milestone in our transformation journey, and it sets the strategic tone for the department. In addition, the department has set aside an amount of 35.2 billion in the 2022-2023 financial year, and to sustain the current staff complement and fast-track the filling of critical posts in all our institutions. This is part of the concerted effort to strengthen leadership and administration capabilities in the department and to improve the quality of healthcare in the province. Honorable members, the department continues to run one of the biggest HIV preventive and treatment program in the country. In light of this immense workload, we remain committed towards the priority of reducing the burden of HIV AIDS and TB, as outlined in the UN-AIDS 1990 strategy for HIV, TB, and non-communicable diseases. To achieve this objective, a total of 6.2 billion in the 2022-2023 financial year is set aside for HIV and TB program. The foremost focus in these areas will be on the revitalization of the HIV counseling and testing campaign and the intensification of interventions on highest risk populations for HIV infections and transmissions. The department will also intensify ARV rollout to initiate more people on ARV treatment, implement strategies aimed at improving viral loads and adherence strategy, and improve the source and quality of data management to prevent the loss of clients by conducting follow-ups. The department has managed to conduct over 5 million HIV tests in the 2021-2022 financial year, with 151,771 people testing positive for HIV. We have also managed to place and retain 1.178819 clients on the ART treatment. The viral load suppression amongst adults has been attained, and more still needs to be done for the children on treatment, with only 64.7% on treatment virally suppressed. We also intend to continue to integrate HIV, TB services into COVID-19 screening, testing, and contact tracing. We have a responsibility to ensure COVID-19 pandemic does not threaten the gains we have made in the fight against both diseases. In addition, we are directing our focus on the health screening of learners in schools to address health barriers to learning and educating through the Integrated School Health Program. This program has received 349.7 million in the 2022-2023 financial year. On mental health, Honorable Chairperson, another area of priority that we have identified in the mental health program. Mental health disorder is extremely prevalent in our society and is responsible for poor quality of life, increased mortality, and have a direct attribute towards economic and social costs. Therefore, mental health care services is allocated 447.6 million in the 2022-2023 financial year. With this allocation, the department will improve the mental health services through prioritizing district health institutions and regional hospitals, linking it to adoption of a multidisciplinary team and intersectoral approach such that we achieve a people-centered mental health care services. On emergency services, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, our emergency medical services will receive 1.6 billion for the 2022-2023 financial year to improve emergency response times in urban and rural areas. It is equally important to note that EMS will be equipped to deal with neonatal cases through dedicated vehicles to attend to obstetrics emergencies within facilities and from communities. In order to reduce and improve patient waiting times during the referral between health facilities, we are currently piloting what is called Gauteng, the Scheduled Emergency Transport, abbreviated as GSET, across all districts. This is a new innovative way of responding to patients' needs and will see a shuttle service transporting patients through predetermined routes within a cluster of health facilities at scheduled times. Honorable members, our country is facing a challenge of shortage of healthcare professionals, and it is a phenomenon which is affecting many countries across the globe. As a department, we have set aside an amount of 321.1 million in the 2021-2022 financial year allocated to bursaries and training opportunities. Honorable Chairperson, the provision of quality healthcare service is highly reliant on functioning healthcare infrastructure for patient care. Appropriate healthcare infrastructure is a significant pillar to support the fundamental objective of promoting improved standards of care and well-being of patients. To meet this expectation, a total amount of 2.3 billion in the 2022-2023 financial year is allocated to implement health infrastructure projects. These projects are directed at construction of new facilities and rehabilitation, upgrade and maintenance of existing facilities. With regards to the expansion of services platforms, the following clinics, Philip Moyo in Ekurhuleni, Mandishas Chitega in Tshwane, and Sebokeng Zone 17 in Sidibeng are earmarked for handover and opening during this financial year. Furthermore, we have prioritized primary healthcare re-engineering program, which will receive 1.3 billion in the 2022-2023 financial year. The provision of 24-hour X-ray services in community healthcare centers will continue, which will ensure that it avoids transfer of patients to hospitals for X-ray, and that can be done at primary healthcare level. Honorable members, national health insurance remains one of the key priorities we are determined to advance. We have a dedicated amount of 271.4 million towards the implementation of the NHI over the 2022 MTEF to prepare our healthcare system. This budget is earmarked for improving patient care, clinical outcomes, achieving the ideal clinic status and ideal hospital status. As Gauteng Department of Health,
conclude your sentence.
As I conclude, Honorable Member, Honorable Chair, we pride ourselves having been identified as a province that is leading in this priority. We are fully determined to deliver essential programs for the majority of our people in Gauteng. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, our priorities are in line with the growing Gauteng Together 2030 vision, which is our provincial blueprint mandating us to ensure that 90% of our clinics, community healthcare centers, and regional hospitals meet the ideal clinic status. To further ensure that our health services centers open on time with adequate medicines and equipment, providing safe and patient-centered services. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Sathokoza inkosi Thabile abantwana bayabuya.
Order, honorable members. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Mukheti. We will now call on Honorable Lutuli, and in the same vein hand over back to Honorable Nyambi, who will proceed with the presiding over the program. Over to you. I see Honorable Lihi is standing in for Honorable Lutuli. Is it what I can take from the fact that you show me your beautiful face? You may continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Kaleboka, Chairperson. The economic freedom fighters reject the budget on the health. The delivery of quality healthcare is a constitutional obligation in South Africa. Yet, under this department, healthcare inequality is worse for poor. Black South Africans that was under apartheid, especially in the rural parts of this country, such as the Eastern Cape and Northwest Province. Challenges faced in healthcare have worsened over the years due to shortage of healthcare workers across all provinces. This is coupled by a shortage of hospital equipment and work backlog, which cause extended delays for patients awaiting treatments. Dikago tsa pholo jaaka maokelo le ditleliniki ga di na ditirelo gotlhelele. Dikago ga di tlhokomelwe. Ga gona ditsela tsa go thibela tshelano ya malwetse go amana. Balwetse ba ema lobaka lo loleele ko maokelong. Sebe sa phiri e le gore maokelo ga mo seemong se se siameng go ka tlisa ditirelo tse di matshwanedi mo baaging. Batho ba feta 84% mo Africa Borwa ga bana ditlamelwana tsa pholo kgotsa medical aid. Ba lebeletse thuso go tswa mo lefapheng. Mme lefapha leo le leteletseng pele le tshwana le hube go setla fela. Batho ba tlhaolwa ka gore o mang le gore maemo a gago ke a fe mo setšhabeng. Chairperson, the Northwest Province Healthcare Ibodi, while members of this House have access to proper health services and specialists, while our people across the country do not have access to basic services. After a visit to Mafikeng, Mr. Ramaphosa once commented that Mafikeng iliswe, which translates to mean Mafikeng is dirty. As usual, he failed to properly categorize the root causes in the Northwest Province. But let us provide clarity to that effect. Northwest Iliswe because Bopilong Provincial Hospital in Mafikeng is failing to provide basic hygiene. There exists shortage of beds. Pregnant women are subjected to inhumane condition in maternity wards. And the infrastructure is dilapidating, and very soon it will become a hazard those area. Kilona leswe la Mafikeng. Northwest Iliswe because Tepon District Hospital in Klerksdorp is in West State Minister. Our ailing parents, sisters, brothers, and children are returned home almost every week due to shortage of medicine. There is shortage of nurses and doctors, even though the hospital services surrounding areas such as Makwasi Hills, Matosana, and Tlokwe. Northwest Iliswe because clinics across the provinces closed at 4. Our people in Boswell cannot afford to pay more than 100 rand to access health services in Wolmaranstad, which is about 25 kilometers away. Minister, what rational reasons lie behind closing healthcare facilities at 4 p.m. while our people need services throughout day and night? Mafikeng and Northwest Diliswe because a girl child is deprived for her constitutional rights to be at school when she goes on her menstrual cycle. Mainly because the department is failing to provide free sanitary towels, but continue to provide condoms. Minister, sex is a choice. Menstrual cycle is not. Healthcare services, institutions, and facilities across the country remain inaccessible and inconvenient to large number of our people. The department has failed to make available good health services which are within reach of those who need help, who needs them. This department has failed to extend opening hours in clinics and healthcare facilities in our townships. The reality which our people healthcare system is faced with, along with Arab departments, is that this is a department which placates with the leadership of the ANC, which refuses to account for the failing of this department. SAPRA is in a constant state of deception. 2 years later, SAPRA has still not done the work to save and protect our people from Johnson & Johnson surgical mesh debating. While they do this, SAPRA is dead set against approving vaccines developed by companies from Russia and China. They are gambling with health of our people in the pursuit of functional scientific preferences. Bokoni bo prima ile so tota. Me izuwa so ki bwete dipe jamo khatlo o busang. Province ya Bokoni bo prima e khatolositswe ke lefapha la pholo. Bana ba tlhoka go tsena sekolo ba sa go lesedi ke maemo a tlhago kgotsa go ya bosading jwa bone. We need a budget that will ensure provision of sanitary towels for a girl child particularly and of against the schools. This can be done in partnership with the Department of Education.
As you conclude, Honorable
we need to have
I'll now invite the Deputy Minister, Honorable Dlomo, Deputy Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for allowing us to be part of this debate. To the Chairperson of the Select Committee, the Chairperson of the NCOP and Deputy Chair, honorable members of the Select Committee, my apology for our Minister who had to go to another pressing cabinet meeting, other Deputy Ministers who are here and MECs. It's always an honor and not something to be taken for granted to be invited by this House to debate on this important budget of health. Let me start by saying we support this budget. And then we want to say this debate takes place 2 years after the COVID-19 pandemic that began and changed our lives and the economy in our country. The battle is not over as yet, as the Minister has indicated. COVID is still with us. But indeed, we have come a long way. The lives of our people is beginning to normalize again post-pandemic. Yet much still needs to be done to rebuild our economy, improve the uptake of health services, reduce morbidity and mortality, which got worse during COVID-19. The impact of COVID-19 will live with us for many years still to come. We need to mobilize communities and individuals to get back to healthy lifestyle activities, health promotion and preventative care. We need to deal with challenges of non-communicable diseases which began to rise before the COVID-19 as well as its impact. The escalating burden of non-communicable disease, including mental health, serious impact on health and development of our communities is estimated that 80% of commonly experienced non-communicable disease result from preventative risk behaviors. And this increasing burden is presently resulting in high mortality, morbidity, and disability at great cost to patients, families, communities, and to the health systems and the economy at large. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we observe persons with known and unknown hypertensive diabetes getting worse because of what actually is the comorbidities with these illnesses. According to the UNICEF report of 2019, South Africa has the largest percentage of overweight children under the age of 5 years and between 10 to 19 years of Eastern and Southern Africa. The South African Demographic and Health Survey of 2019 found that a significant percentage of men and women who perceive themselves to be either underweight or of normal weight were overweight. The impact of determinants of health on the poor and vulnerable is very complex. Not only do they have disproportionate access to care, but poverty results in these communities being also less likely to afford healthy foods, are more likely to live in environments which fail to allow safe space for exercise and recreation and expose them to air pollutions, all of which leave them little or no flexibility on their choice that they make. Perhaps most disturbing is the impact of the commercial determinants driven by the private sector, whose marketing and availability of products such as tobacco and food and beverages with increased level of salt, sugar, and trans fats keep our people unhealthy in the interest of maintaining their profits. Honorable Chairperson, just yesterday, the 31st of May, in the district of Sarah Bachman, we did a 2-in-1. Firstly, it was a recognition of a no tobacco day, and there's also a recently approved strategic plan for the prevention of control of non-communicable disease 2022-2027. Very interestingly, just on the no tobacco day, the results, there was also a report that was tabled by the South African Medical Research Council, and that report said very concerning things. One, 93% of smokers in South Africa do understand that they are involved in a risky behavior by smoking. Two, 40% of smokers in our country are planning to quit and they wish to be supported if they could. Three, this report was actually telling us that there's already smoking at the age of 15 and above. So when we were there, we were then wondering, when do we actually start to see people smoking? And the mayor of Sarah Batman district, Councillor Dion for Divorce, actually mentioned that he is aware of people as young as 9 years old who have started to experience with smoking. Now, there's a very worrying factor. While aligning its deliverables to existing legislation, policies and strategies, including on the tobacco control, obesity, cancer, and mental health conditions, a key focus of this plan is to ensure the early identification, diagnosis, treatment, and control of persons with or who are already having high risk of hypertension and diabetes. The essential process to link persons to care and promote the control of their conditions will be achieved through the rollout of this strategy that we actually launched yesterday. The aims and objectives of the strategy are to strengthen the district's community-based multi-sectoral response with an initial focus on hypertension, diabetes, obesity, and mental health. The recent increases of disasters have, and especially in the province that we have had, have already added to the strained mental health services needed. Of great concern is the long-term and far-reaching human, psychological, social, and economic consequences of the pandemics, disasters, and emergencies on the entire community that we serve. We'd also like to indicate that we will continue to improve the decentralization and integration of mental health services, because this is what our people have shown that they do need. We also are going to invest in primary care and community-based mental health services to improve access and efficiencies in services rendered to our people. The regulations for the licensing of community daycare and residential care facilities for people with mental illnesses and severe or profound intellectual disability will soon be published for our people to comment on. South Africa remains committed to providing comprehensive sexual and reproductive services with an equitable and rights-based approach. Unsafe termination of pregnancy remains one of the major causes of maternal morbidity and mortality, and needs to be addressed to further reduce the South Africa's maternal mortality rate to the Sustainable Development Goal of at least 70 maternal deaths per 100,000 live births by 2030. Despite South Africa's liberal abortion law, the country continues to face problems with unsafe and self-induced abortions at a relatively high rate. The illegal abortionists are advertising themselves, pasting their adverts on the municipal polls, encouraging young women, adolescents, and youth to utilize their services. To address this problem, the department, in collaboration with other government departments and different stakeholders, started a campaign against illegal abortion, youth engagement, and promoting healthy lifestyle. The first province to host this campaign was Northwest in Bujanala district in February, followed by the Eastern Cape in two areas. One was in Buffalo City and the other was in the OR Tambo districts in May this year. We are targeting to go into the next province this month, June, in Ehlangeni, in Mpumalanga, and the National Department will continue to support and aim to cover all other provinces and let our leaders there continue the process. We are systematically addressing common issues that are raised by young people and health managers during these campaigns: shortage of staff, overcrowding facilities, and also there's a need to capacitate and mentor clinicians, especially on long-acting reversible contraceptives. Young people are actually saying there are negative attitudes of our staff in some areas. Young people always are judged as they access these sexual and reproductive health services. Most facilities are not offering the comprehensive variety of contraceptives. There's little privacy and confidentiality as young people access this. Of course, these are young people. Sometimes they don't want to be seen by the people in the villages that they are coming into access. However, we continue to strengthen our adolescent and youth-friendly services. Currently, we have to these challenges that the young people are raising, the department therefore approved a National Adolescent and Youth Health Policy in 2017, whose main objective is to empower adolescent and young people to engage with the policy and programming on youth health. This has translated into what was called youth zones to facilitate the implementations of the adolescent and youth-friendly services. A comprehensive package of health interventions is delivered during dedicated clinic times for young people, including adolescent sexual and reproductive health, to prevent teenage pregnancy. The involvement of young people in designing such interventions to address their challenges align with the 5 objectives of the She Conquers campaign, which is very crucial to the success of this campaign, is commendable. The department is committed to the recommendations outlined in the National Youth Policy of 2030. Currently, we do have 1,405 of our primary healthcare facilities that already are actually embracing the youth zone approach. We aim to have much more by the end of this year. By 2025, at least we have actually got to 2,500 of our primary healthcare facilities. A total of over 4.6 million of our adolescents and young people have accessed our health services that are offered in these facilities that are already user-friendly. That is up to the 31st of March. To demonstrate that, indeed, our facilities are accessible and available for young people, we want to continue to strengthen the quality of the service that we give to them in collaboration with the social development and other programs that we do have.
As you conclude, DM.
As we conclude, we want to continue to strengthen our support and work relationship with the on the integrated program, the school health programs that is championed by the Department of Basic Education. We want to say we are championed, we are mandated to support the programs that are focusing mainly on young people, and we would want to continue doing that. Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing us to clearly raise these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister of Health, Honorable Dr. Dlomo. I'll now invite Honorable Christian.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Members, and Honorable Minister. Fraud, corruption, cadre deployment, and maladministration continue to destroy the public health services in this country. The ANC government has systematically destroyed every single public service entity in the country, and citizens are left asking how long before nothing is left of this country as we continue to see cadre deployment and corruption wreak havoc. Year after year, we come to this platform to approve budgets of billions of rands, yet most hospitals, clinics, and health systems in the country are in severe decline. Coffers continue to be raided by callous thieves, as these same budgets we have to approve and debate year after year are systematically siphoned into corrupt officials' pockets. Reports of infant deaths are on the rise. Mothers are forced to give birth in hospitals on cold floors, screaming for mercy, as a shortage of beds, nurses, and doctors are the order of the day. Mass immigration of healthcare workers have seen a shortage in hospitals, the vacancy rate for nurses increasing by 21,453. And the patient-doctor ratio in hospitals at 0.31 per 1,000 residents. This means a severe shortage of medical staff. The looting of the COVID-19 pandemic funds has shown just how little this government cares for the people of this country, as recently it was indicated that 61.2% of all procurement was irregular. Chairperson, let us focus our attention on the health system in the Northern Cape for a minute. As it has been on a steady decline for the last decade, and matters have now reached breaking point. There have been no improvements in audit outcomes for the past 5 years, with the department stuck on a qualified opinion and showing no will to try and recover. It has not even bothered to attempt to put together an audit action plan. The department started the current financial year in a deficit, owing 590,186 million on the previous year's debt, while its bank overdraft was at more than 100 million rand, signifying financial unsustainability and once again casting doubt on the department's ability to function. Ironically, This debt-laden department also managed to underspend by 78 million rand due to a combination of factors, including administrative delays in moving patients to the new mental hospital, which in effect sees state patients still being housed in prison, despite this being a gross human violation of their rights. Despite the almost 2 billion rand state-of-the-art mental health hospital in Kimberley, minors are being admitted to adult wards because the child and adolescent ward is not yet operationalized. The department failed to spend earmark for the procurement of emergency vehicles, and the number of operational ambulances on our roads is declining, with the latest figures suggesting that only 75 ambulances are operational, while 73 were waiting to be repaired. Cancer patients can't get from Springbok to Kimberley for treatment, while at the last known date, 28 patient transporters were operational and the other 28 were broken. How can we accept that there is an increasing number of babies who contract HIV infection during the postnatal period, or that the department is failing to achieve its target on the initiation of pregnant women on antiretroviral treatments? Out of a mortuary fleet of 31, only 6 mortuary vehicles are in good working condition in the entire Northern Cape province. The state of clinics is on a severe decline, with only 23 facilities out of 159 achieving ideal clinic status, compared to the 101 achieving the status in 2018-2019. Claims against the department stand at 1,890 billion, and the medico-legal cases accounting for more than 1,624 billion, indicating an ongoing increase in adverse events taking place in health facilities. Most hospitals and clinics suffer dire personnel shortages. In fact, Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe Hospital in Kimberley can, on a good day, only operationalize 4 out of 9 theatres because of a lack of nursing staff. Sexual assault victims are not attended to due to the shortage of available trained practitioners in clinical forensics. Shockingly, for the previous year, 848 sexual assault cases were reported at health facilities in the Northern Cape, but there was only DNA testing done on a single perpetrator, only one. The DA in the Northern Cape has in a letter appealed to the Minister of Health to take this department under its wing, while there is still something left to save this dysfunctional and increasing deadly department in the Northern Cape. Yes, the previous government under the apartheid regime was horrendous, but how long will the ANC government continue to use this as an excuse for looting, corruption, and maladministration? The people of this country can no longer tolerate the incompetent and corrupt government by turning a blind eye to the rot and decay we see everywhere. As I conclude, this budget clearly does not have the well-being of South Africans at heart, but merely the personal bank accounts of corrupt ANC cadre officials. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christian. I'll now invite Honorable Ndongeni. Honorable Ndongeni.
Yeah. Chair. Good evening, Chair. Chair. I don't know what I. Hello, Chair.
Hayi siyakuva sisiquba.
Okay, ngiyabulele.
Ndimuhlalo ngoku.
Hayi wena.
Honorable Ndongeni.
Honorable Ndongeni, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay.
If you can't see me, I've got a problem. My gadget, I don't know what's going on.
Okay, continue with your speech.
My video is upside down. I'm sorry, Chair.
No, continue with your speech.
Honorable Chair, it is a user problem and not a gadget problem.
Honorable Lawrence, okay, it's fine.
Mense beledig hou op.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to Chair and Deputy Chair, Minister and Deputy Minister on the platform, permanent delegates, special delegates, and all members of the society. We began this Youth Month with this critical debate, which has a direct impact on the well-being of all South Africans and the healthcare system, which should support all South Africans. We will debate a critical policy position of the ANC, which will also benefit the youth who are amongst the most marginalized, as they are impacted by the highest level of unemployment. The democratic ANC government has been tasked to address a legacy of colonialism and apartheid. Apartheid as a criminal against humanity created inhuman conditions for the Black majority and Africans in particular. Over the past 27 years, the African National Congress has developed the health system to respond to the needs of all South Africans, despite the progress in advancing this transformational agenda. The structural constraint induced by apartheid and its capitalist accumulation resulted in inesque distribution of resources. Chair, it is for the reason for the ANC health policy has been premised on the realization of universal healthcare coverage. Universal healthcare coverage means that all people should have access to quality health services needed without any financial hardship or class position. Subsequently, despite some progress in expanding access to health, at least half of the world's population still cannot obtain essential health services. A joint study by the World Health Organization, World Bank, and the Tracking Universal Health Coverage Global Monitoring Report 2017 found that close to 100 million people are being pushed into extremely poverty because of health expenses, and 800 million spent more than 10% on their household income on health care. That's achieving universal health coverage is not just about better health outcome, but also about economic development and equity. According to the section 27.1A of the South African Constitution, everyone has the right to have access to health services, including reproductive health care. Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996. The South African government, through the National Department of Health, is committed to moving the country towards the goal of UHC, which is being persuaded in South Africa through the implementation of the National Health Insurance, as articulated in the NHI bill. The socio-economic impact assessment of NHI bill made the point that although 43.6% of the population in South Africa live in rural areas, they are only served by 12% of doctors and 19% of the nurses in the public sector. That's residents of urban areas are the beneficiary at the expense of those in rural areas. Similarly, in this report, that females, 63.5%, are more likely than males, which is 57.6%, to use the public health sector and therefore suffer relatively more due to this limited access. The creation of NHI Fund as a single purchaser is expected to be able to support the creation of an environmental and incentives that will rectify this imbalance. Chairperson, the dual system of health should not be normalized, and the HI offers an opportunity to ensure equitable access to health care. The Nation Health Insurance Fund will function as a single pool fund that will pool resources for maximum impact. One of the critical lessons from the COVID-19 responses by the healthcare system was the integrated approach and collaboration of the private sector and the public sector working together united to address the health risk facing our nation. The NHI will yield various benefits, such as The establishment of the NHI Fund will augment public sector resources because it will balance resources allocation between private and public healthcare sector. Two, the NHI will address due resource allocation. Currently, there are more resources in the private sector than in the public sector. Three, the NHI is a healthcare financing system that will ensure every member of the population can access health services. Four, the NHI will address equity issues about medical schemes, tax credits, and subsidy, which is currently only benefiting the medical schemes members. The last and not the least, the medical schemes only benefit a few. According to Stats SA, only 10.1% of Blacks have access to the medical aid, compared to the more than 70% of the whites. With NHI medical schemes won't be dumping to the state facility private patients whose medical aid benefit has been exhausted. Support the bill because it will change many things such as improvement of infrastructure, medicine, reduce queues, and improve equality, ensure financial protection from the cost of health care, and provide access to quality health care services by pooling public revenue to actively and strategical purchases healthcare services based on the principle of universal and social solidarity. Create a single frame throughout the public for the public funding and public purchasing of healthcare services, medicine, health, goods, and health-related products, and to eliminate the fragmentation of the healthcare funding in the Republic. Promote sustainable, equitable appropriation, efficient, and effective public funding for the purchasing of healthcare services and the procurement of medicine, health goods, and health-related products from service providers within the context of the national health system. And sustaining the current dual system will produce the inequality of access of health care. Citizens with medical aid will continue to be exploited by the exorbitant cost which has financialized a critical base services. Medical aid holders also face numerous challenges as exposed by the Competition Commission investigation on the health market inquiries, which found that the South African private health market, we found that it is characterized by high and rising cost of healthcare and medical schemes cover, and significant overutilization without stakeholders have been able to demonstrate association improvement in health outcomes. We have identified features that alone or in combination prevent, restrict, or disorder competition. The market is characterized by highly concentrated funders and facility markets, disempowered and uniformed consumers, as a general absence of value-based purchasing practitioners who are subjected to little regulations and failure to accountability at many levels. Chairperson, medical aid users still pay out of their pockets as their allocation gets depleted. It is for these reasons, amongst others, that the African National Congress has prioritized the NHI bill in the 6th administration. Thus far, the process of the bill is at the clause-by-clause stage in the National Assembly. As we debate this bill, the National Assembly is about to conclude the bill before its submission to this House. This is a major progress towards the attaining of national health insurance. We are not faced by the rejection of bill by the political extremes from the right to the ultra-left led by the Freedom Front Plus, the Democratic Alliance, and the Economic Freedom Fighters. These honorable members display the lack of commitment from these parties to create a better life for all, wherein all South Africans receive equal opportunities and equal health services. This unholy alliance of rejection of progressive policies of the ANC reflects the narrow philosophical and ideological orientation of these opposition parties, which the right wing aligned to protect their capitalist class and the retention of the status quo, whilst On the ultra-left, the EFF argues left but reject progress moves to the left. This is a clear sign of this level of popularism in the ranks of the EFF. These opposition parties claim to support universal health coverage, yet they reject the NHI. This is the highest level of hypocrisy. And the people of South Africa should know what these political parties stand for. They stand for stagnation and a narrow focus on derailing progress. The National Council of Provinces will have its public participation process on the NHI bill as the ANC in the House will wait the bill to ensure it is processed to effect the socio-economic transformation required for an equitable healthcare system. It is also important to note that the majority of South Africans support the national health insurance. And as a member of this House, we should orientate our approach to support the aspiration of our people. The African National Congress supports this budget vote, and we urge the department to remain committed and steadfast for the progressive realization of the universal health coverage in South Africa. I thank you, Chair. I'm sorry about the video.
Thank you. I'll now invite the KwaZulu-Natal Health MEC, Honorable Simelane.
Good evening, Chair.
Good evening, MEC.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening to the Minister Phahla, the Deputy Minister, Dr. Dlomo, chairpersons of the NCOP, together with the Deputy Chair, honorable members, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Chairperson, I wish to start by warmly welcoming the 2022-2023 budget speech as delivered by the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Phahla, on the 10th of May and delivered in this meeting today. We also hereby express our gratitude as a province to the ANC-led government for its leadership, guidance, and support during the various turbulent episodes that our province has had to endure over the past 2 years. Here, I'm referring to the COVID-19 pandemic, which was first diagnosed in the suburb of Hilton near Pietermaritzburg. I'm also referring to the looting, vandalism, and cold-blooded massacre of fellow compatriots during the July 2021 unrest, as well as the 2 recent episodes of flooding which occurred in April that caused extensive damage in our province, and our hospitals and healthcare facilities were not spared. Invariably, these disasters have had a negative impact on our budget, which had already been shrinking since 2019 to date as a province of KwaZulu-Natal. The shrinkage over a nearly 3-year period has set us back by at least 16 billion rands as a province, which is extremely concerning and has serious implications for us and the healthcare system. Chair, be that as it may, we fully support the commitments that our Honorable Minister, Dr. Phahla, has made in his budget speech, including the fact that the major focus during the financial year and beyond will be on regaining the ground lost due to deadly COVID-19 pandemic through offering the public a stronger and more comprehensive package of healthcare services. It is our firm belief that the integration of the COVID-19 vaccination program into the comprehensive basket of services from primary healthcare to upwards is indeed a step in the right direction. As the country's second biggest province, we welcome this integrated approach because any increase in the number of people who get vaccinated against COVID-19 in KwaZulu-Natal translates into a serious boost to the country's efforts to attain population immunity. Chairperson, having said this, I must also be the first one to acknowledge that as a province of KwaZulu-Natal, we are indeed struggling with getting our fellow compatriots to come forward and get vaccinated. However, we are working on it. We have programs that we have implemented, and we are continue to implement those programs. And together, working with the National Department of Health and the support that we have received there, we think we will be able to achieve our targets eventually. In the same breath, our strategic health programs incorporating HIV and AIDS, TB, medical male circumcision, condoms distribution, and many others have taken a knock due to disruptions in the normal order of life over the past 2 years. Again, the fact that we've been able to reach fewer people with our health education and health promotional messages, as well as through screening and testing people for diseases, does not bode well for the people of our province and certainly not for the people of the country. That is why we appreciate the fact that from the National Department of Health budget allocation of 64.5 billion, around 55 billion will be transferred to provinces as conditional grants. Siyakubonga kakhulu lokho, siyacabanga ukuthi kuzosiza njenge-province noma kuzosiza kusihlangabeze ukuze sikwazi ukuthi si-achieve i-healthcare service proper e-provincini. We are pleased that the conditional grants that we received over the past financial year were well managed and fully spent in various areas of key service delivery. The list is endless, but I can indicate the grant of national tertiary services, HIV and AIDS and TB, malaria, HPV vaccination, and the COVID-19 response grant. These conditional grants always go a long way towards complementing various activities in all of these critical areas. We also appreciate the fact that some of these financial resources will cover infrastructure development. As a province, we are extremely pleased to announce that we were once again awarded an incentive grant by National Treasury and the National Department of Health to the tune of 65 million rands. This was for our excellent management of the health facilities revitalization grant, which is in line with the prescripts and various requirements of the Division of Revenue Act. We were scored at 92% in this regard, which was the second highest, and of course, we aim to be the first in future. We are committed to continue displaying such fiscal discipline, which bears testimony to the fact that this ANC-led government is serious about improving the manner in which it handles the public purse. Chairperson, we have also taken note of the reduction to the health budget by 1.7% each year, as indicated by the minister, and in the medium term, and that this does not take into consideration the harsh realities of inflation. As the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have not been spared these austerity measures, which have a serious knock-on effect on our day-to-day running of the department. That is why we have called on the people of our province to enter into a social partnership with us, a social partnership that is rooted on disease prevention, regular health screening and testing, as well as early presentation to healthcare facilities. This will ensure better prospects for successful treatment, cure, or management of diseases. Importantly, it will help us make a number of significant savings on our limited and shrinking resources. As indicated earlier, the COVID-19 pandemic and the severe floods that we have recently experienced had a dire knock-on effect on our budget as well. With COVID-19, we were forced to put on hold many of our programs and reprioritize our resources so that we'd be able to respond adequately to the crisis. We were able to do that. However, we are still to recover from that disruption. The severe floods that we've had have caused extensive damage to our facilities, which will amount to nearly 300 million for repairs. We are still concluding the assessment. Honorable members, I further want to bring to your attention the disruptive nature of the budget cuts on the provision of healthcare at our different facilities. As a result of the budgetary cuts, we are unable to fill the posts that we made or that were made vacant by the 426 healthcare workers who perished during the COVID-19 pandemic. This is in spite of the fact that these health workers who passed on were actually on posts that are funded. In the same way, we are unable to fill any posts that are made vacant by natural attrition, again, because we are not able to indicate that we will be able to fund those during the midterm space. But also of utmost importance, and it's the biggest one, is the fact that we are now faced with a situation where we must ponder on the future of our COVID-19 contract staff, as we have been advised that they are no longer affordable to the system due to the fact that our grant has been cut from national. While we understand why national had to cut, but it is affecting us adversely. And these COVID-19 contract staffers have actually become the backbone of the healthcare system. We are worried about that, and we hope the National Treasury in particular will assist the health sector when it comes to the fiscus and how and the funds that we are supposed to be utilizing. Chairperson, we are fully behind the government's ongoing efforts to implement universal health coverage through the National Health Insurance. It is our considered view that the exclusion of people from accessing certain healthcare facilities on economic grounds, even when they have life-threatening health emergencies, is unconstitutional. It is wrong, it is immoral, and it's unjustifiable. And the continued subsidization of the private healthcare sector by government for the benefit of a privileged few, therefore, cannot be sustained. It is for this reason that we echo the calls by the Minister that all members of Parliament must support the NHI bill, which is in front of the Health Portfolio Committee as we speak, as an instrument as an instrument of universal health coverage as envisaged in the National Development Plan 2030. We also agree that the COVID-19 pandemic has brought the public and private healthcare sectors closer, reminding all of us that, after all, no healthcare system should be exclusive or regarded as inferior or superior for that matter. We are confident that the budget allocations made under NHI will further strengthen our public health service delivery platform. This should go a long way to enable infrastructure upgrades, the contracting of private primary health care doctors, acquiring of specialized health technology services, including oncology services, while boosting our capacity for the provision of mental health services. Chairperson, we are also hopeful that as part of improving the quality of service, a significant amount of this budget allocation will be channeled as well towards our e-health solution in the province. The Honorable Minister will remember the long queues of people that we found waiting for files at Prince Mshien Memorial Hospital during his recent visit. And this is a challenge that our communities face on a daily basis. This daily occurrence at most of our facilities
as you conclude,
is a result. Chair?
As you conclude.
Oh, okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to indicate, I wanted to indicate that the Minister had indicated that they will provide support to the e-health solution, which will assist us on removing the outdated paper-based filing system, and we think that is going to be a solution. As mentioned, Chair, we support the budget speech of the Minister. We appreciate very much the support that we have been given by the national government. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Simelane.
Thank you. Thank you, Abbas.
Thank you, Mama. I now invite the Western Cape Chairperson of the Understanding Committee on Health, Honorable Kaiser Filenda.
Thank you very much,
Kaiser Filenda.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. As South Africans and residents of the Western Cape, we've been through grueling and difficult times. The reality of COVID-19 has taught us many lessons, and one in particular stands out for me, and that is interconnectedness. Chairperson, we saw how our provincial government, our civil society and private partners ensured that during this pandemic, instead of pulling us apart, the common purpose of human dignity and well-being were on top of the agenda. We saw how the determination and resilience of healthcare workers instilled hope in us all. The impact of more than 2 years of a global pandemic has without a doubt left its mark on not just residents' lives, but also that of public resources. Chairperson, prior to COVID-19, our country was already on a path of fiscal decline, where our mandate still needed achieving despite the prevalent circumstances. And we can see the effects of this in respect to the division of revenue for this financial year, wherein the equitable share has increased by 600 million to 21.1 billion in 2022-23, but then is expected to decrease slightly over the 2022 MTF to 19.9 billion in 2024-25. Our total conditional grant contributions increased by 431.3.5 million from 6.990 billion, and that is the 2021-2022 revised estimate, to 7.421 billion in 2022-2023. However, this allocation is expected to fall by 300 million rand in the next financial year. Chairperson, whilst these brief figures might provide some with the impression that despite of some decrease, the Western Cape would be in a better position thanks to this post-COVID budget. Honorable Chairperson, but this couldn't be more untrue, even though there were a number of budgetary increases. All of them are once again below the inflationary increases, and we have experienced over the past few years. This means the Western Cape will have to continue doing more with fewer resources over time. Chairperson, clearly now we all find ourselves at crossroads. Either we blindly accept the scenario and allow the constraints fiscus to be a reason for a gradual decrease in the quality of health services, or we innovate and find ways to further continue to deliver quality healthcare for all our people. Chairperson, in the Western Cape, we know we have chosen the latter path and will do everything in our power to make a difference to all communities. However, this decision doesn't seem to be the case with governments outside of the province. By contrast, the Gauteng provincial government spent 1.2 billion on COVID-19 ICU hospitals, of which many, as the Daily Maverick reported earlier this year, are laying to waste, weed-riddled, abandoned, and unfinished, where no citizen can receive health services and which are currently the subject of SIU investigations. Chairperson, compare this to the Western Cape Hospitals of Hope, where world-class field hospitals with digital patient records, Wi-Fi for patients, and good quality care. This field hospital was later converted into a world-class mass vaccination center. No ruined, dilapidated, derelict buildings in the Western Cape, Chairperson. This is an agile health department that cares for you, for the citizen, by delivering quality services. Chairperson, recently former Health Minister Zweli Mkhize has again been implicated in corruption. Mkhize resigned last year after being linked to the irregular 150 million digital vibes communication tender. The tender was allegedly awarded to his close associates. Now, according to media reports, Mkhize is allegedly linked to corruption involving the Unemployment Insurance Fund. Chairperson, in the Western Cape, we live in a different reality. Our doctors and nurses do not have to bring food for our patients as seen in some ANC provinces. The Chris Hani Baragwanath Academic Hospital in Johannesburg ran out of food for 2 weeks. Things got so bad that nurses had to use their own money to buy patients bread for breakfast. Speaking to News 24, one of the doctors called this a humanitarian crisis. Chairperson, this signals a complete moral decay and a total national integrity compromise, where sick and vulnerable patients cannot be provided with a basic of health care and nutrition in facilities where the ANC governs. The contrast between the delivery of services to citizens in the Western Cape and other provinces is stark. Chairperson, it is for this reason why I would like to take this opportunity to show what can be done in difficult economic times. The budget for this year has been set to 29 billion, which is an increase of 900 million or 3.21% from the revised estimates of last year, and speaks to a wide range of opportunities. 114 million has been reprioritized within the departmental baseline to fund projects linked to addressing surgery backlogs, mental health platform strengthening, addressing tech refresh backlogs, and strengthening occupational health and capacity. Central warehousing of non-pharmaceutical stock obstetrics, and neonatal improvements, as well as establishing capacity and capability for providing palliative care services. Chairperson, and this is all already happening in the Western Cape. After centralizing the procurement of PPE in 2020-21, it has resulted in a complete warehouse being set up with PPE valued at 80 million rand in total. I want to highlight, Chairperson, this year a significant focus is being placed on infrastructure, as spending on existing infrastructure assets increased by 10.91%. with upgrades and additions and refurbishments and rehabilitation spending increasing by 99.28% and 54.51% respectively. Moreover, Chairperson, new infrastructure spending is 110.11% more in comparison to 2021-2022. This is how a department ensures quality healthcare for you and for all our citizens. Infrastructure projects for this year, Chairperson, in total equate to 107 in planning, in design, in tender or construction phase. In the Western Cape, it is clear that we are committed to serving our residents efficiently and safely. Our communities can look forward to the following examples of good governance in action: the new Avian Park Clinic, upgrades and addition to the Hansby Clinic, a replacement clinic for the residents of Gouda and surrounds, a replacement clinic for Ladysmith, pharmacy compliance and general maintenance to Nyanga CDC, replacement clinic for Sandy Point Satellite Clinic, replacement clinic for Villiersdorp Clinic, a BMS upgrade for Groote Schuur Hospital, 11 kilovolt generator replacements at the Tygerberg hospitals. And these, Chairperson, are mere snippets of what is possible when a provincial government maximizes its available resources in order to deliver quality healthcare to all its residents. Honorable Chairperson, despite the prevailing pressures, the Western Cape remains the only health department in the country to have had 3 consecutive clean audits, let alone a clean audit to start with. Yet that in itself, Chairperson, is the very issue. Why is it that we are forced to go above and beyond our mandates and means to deliver services when our money in real terms decreases from national? It is for that reason, Honorable Chairperson, that we do not support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you. I'll now invite Limpopo Health MEC, Honorable Ramatuba.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Chair, the Honorable Minister of Health, the Deputy Minister, fellow MECs, permanent delegates, and honorable members. Let me appreciate and thank you for this opportunity to address this August House today. Honorable Chair, Limpopo support the budget vote, and we are fully behind all this progressive budget that is looking at making sure that the lives of our people change for the better. The centrality, House Chair, of the provision of quality of healthcare to citizens can never be negotiated in a progressive society like ours, notwithstanding all the challenges which characterizes the service delivery environment. The ANC-led government, House Chair, has at all material times punched beyond its weight in order to ensure that it achieves the important baseline of quality health care, because without the quality health care, House Chair, there can never be any characterization of a better life for all. As impressed by the Honorable Minister, Dr. Joe Patla, earlier on in his speech before this August House, our focus should now be on major recovery of comprehensive health care. This we do as we count our cost from the devastation that accompanied the COVID-19 pandemic. House Chair, those who wish to see this government fail have been hard at work trying to convince all of and sundry that emanating from COVID-19 pandemic, our health outcomes will only paint a picture that is characterized by doom and gloom. We have witnessed it even in this house. We are satisfied that that has not been so. As House Chair, we affix our focus towards the healthcare recovery route. We are happy to note that our experiences during the pandemic were not only about bad things, but a mixed bag of challenges and successes. House Chair, a successful healthcare service is evidenced by the prevention of avoidable death, especially in pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals. We have all been witnesses of how this government has, under the recent periods of unprecedented difficulty, steadfastly stood to confront all forms of disease, both communicable and non-communicable. House Chair, government's relentless fight against the ruthless communicable disease such as TB is just one of many examples. TB has been in the top 10 causes of death and the leading cause of death from a single infectious agent, ranking even above HIV and AIDS for the past decade. More than 1.5 million people died last year as a result of TB infection globally, making it number 2 after COVID-19. It is not true that we are not winning the battle against TB. And I would like to draw honorable members to come and visit our province, Limpopo, where we are witnessing a decline on the incident rate from 203 per 100,000 population in the financial year 1920, which in numbers, we only detected 11,795 TB cases. It declined to 163 by 100,000 population in the year 2020-2021, a decline in numerically to 5,973, which is far much below, even more than 50% decline. There are many dimensions to this, House Chair. However, we believe the key among them is the healthcare intervention mechanism implemented by government on the fight against this killer monster. We are also focusing on integrating the TB screening into comprehensive healthcare screening for both communicable, which include whether it's COVID-19, HIV, STI, including the monkeypox. We have already started screening people in our border posts to make sure that our people are safe from any disease, because we believe even the budget that we are supporting today, it is a budget for health, not for diseases, which unfortunately many honorable members, even in their debate, is very clear. They fail to appreciate that this is a Department of Health, not the Department of Disease. Hence, you only want to know about this department when people are sick. When mother to child in Northern Cape to HIV, mother to child transmission of HIV, it should be the problem of all honorable members, because it is us as honorable members who must go out to the community and educate our people about the importance of knowing your HIV status, of attending the antenatal clinic even before you are 20 weeks, so that we can test you. If you are HIV positive, we put you on ARVs. There are still mothers who are coming to deliver in our facilities when they have never visited any antenatal. And those are the ones who form the part of those who are transmitting the virus to their children. So health must be our problem, all of us. And even as honorable members, we should be running this campaign. We have seen our integrated program also looking at non-communicable disease. These are your hypertension, your diabetic, your cancer, which we are all, when we do the screening now, we not only doing one, we give you under the Checker Impilo campaign, including your mental health, where we just launched a program of Be Kind to Your Mind as this ANC-led government. And also, despite all the constraints and barriers put before us by COVID-19 pandemic, we had been able to register requisite progress in our route to eradicate death caused by malaria, which for a long time has been a challenge to our people. If we are to summarize, we have seen that for this year, we have during this previous year managed to reduce malaria cases from 3,169 to only 1,881. This is a signal of 59.6% reduction rate. And on the same period, the death due to malaria was reduced by more than 56.25% from 16 cases in 2020-2021 to 9 cases in 21-22. For this, and this for us, it's a huge milestone, considering if you go 5 years back, you'll realize that Limpopo registered 18,977 malaria cases and 160 deaths. And this it's made possible by the grants that we are supporting today, which the minister has already presented. Honorable members, the African National Congress is committed to achieve the universal healthcare coverage for all its citizens. And we must make sure that this happens in our lifetime. We have seen this during COVID-19, that the hospitals that you are praising, the private healthcare system that you are praising, we do have colleagues who died with medical aids that have got comprehensive coverage, but the private healthcare could not provide them with that healthcare system. So for me, no one will come and tell me that there is a better healthcare system. Public healthcare system has its own challenges, which the minister has already outlined and put a plan on how we're going to deal with them, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's shortage of staff, and appreciating the fact that the current fiscus, the current economic challenges that faces our country. But we must also remember that private healthcare, it's for the few. People can't even access it. But otherwise, Honorable Chair, as a province, I will not be surprised when listening to the DA chair, the portfolio committee from Western Cape, who's speaking on behalf of my colleague here, and busy with a Gauteng instead of talking about Western Cape. I will not be surprised, because Gauteng province, as we speak today, treats patients from all over the provinces in the country. They've never returned any patient because that patient is not born and bred in Gauteng. They are treating even those who are coming from outside the country. We must expect their challenges to be more. The DA, unfortunately, recently, they even attacked some of us in Limpopo. Why do we allow patients from Mpumalanga to be treated in Philadelphia Hospital? Why can't they go to their own province in Mpumalanga? That is why it's not surprising that they even chase away patients from Eastern Cape, that they must be seen in Eastern Cape. These are South Africans. These are our people who must be seen by any healthcare professional. That is why for us as professionals, we will never refuse to see a patient. Disease does not know your color, your political affiliation, your skin, your province. A disease is a disease that will attack you. So yes, our provinces will have challenges of overcrowding in our hospitals, because when we see a human being, black or white, irrespective of political affiliation, we treat. Honorable Chair, House Chair, we want to congratulate because the support we had as a province from the national government made it possible that for the first time in the history since 1994, a medical school was established in 2016 at Limpopo with the support of the National Department of Health, the higher education, both provincial government and the University of Limpopo was able to see for the first time a black child graduating in a university which people never thought will produce medical doctors. The first group of those doctors are now doing internship. Amongst them, the youngest doctor in the country, who is just 21 years. What a day to celebrate. So this is a government that people are saying we are not doing a lot. And we must indicate that as the ANC-led government, yes, we have learned from COVID, and we understand the backlog that is facing our people. And we understand and appreciate that rural health matters to us. That is why, as a province, Limpopo, we have come up with a project that is called Rural Health Matters. In this past week, we were visiting hospitals in Capricorn, which is the deep rural Helen Franz Hospital, for instance, Butlokwa Hospital. We take specialists from the cities, from the urban area, because we still appreciate that the unfairness distribution of professionals, Honorable Ndungeni put it clearly here. You will find that Western Cape, let me give an example. Groote Hospital alone has got more psychiatrists than Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, Northern Cape combined. This is the situation that people want the status quo to remain. We will continue to blame.
As you conclude, Doctor.
As I conclude, I'm saying there must be the redistribution of professionals because rural health also matters. Our people in the rural areas continue to benefit from specialists in all areas who agree to visit the rural areas. So if South African people and if this house means business, we must make sure that we do prioritize even the people in the rural area. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Dr. Ramatuba. Thank you, Dr. Ramatuba. I'll now invite Honorable Duprey. Kubo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I would like to start with a few quotes from the Minister's budget speech. And I quote, "Our major focus will be on the recovery of our comprehensive health services. We want to refocus on improving the quality of services. Improvement of quality of services at public facilities will be a major focus. Staffing of the health facilities is key to the improvement of quality services." And there's a few more, but I will stop there. Honorable Minister, you have admitted over and over again in your own speech that this department is not firing on all cylinders and has not been doing so for the past 2 decades. At government hospitals in the Free State, especially the Plenary and the national hospitals, the conditions are so poor that there are not even the necessary cleaning supplies to clean and disinfect the operating theatres, not to mention ICUs and general areas. I was told that the staff are mixing hand sanitizers that was donated to these hospitals with general chemicals and water in an attempt to clean and disinfect these hospitals. Furthermore, doctors and nurses are mostly fighting a losing battle because the pharmacies at these hospitals are severely understocked and simply doesn't have the required medication needed to efficiently treat patients. At the Free State Psychiatric Center in Bloemfontein, patients have to use their bed sheets to block the cold from entering through the broken windows. And I would like to add that this center had a budget of more than 350 million rand for the last financial year. The 380 million rand Albert Nzula District Hospital in Tronsburg, where construction has started more than 10 years ago already, is still not fully operational. And it is seen as only a glorified clinic today. This while other hospitals in the area are overflowing. These are but a few examples, and one can't help but wonder, where has all the money budgeted for these hospitals gone? And the short answer would be, it landed in the pockets of the corrupt ANC and the tenderpreneurs. With a budget of 64.5 billion rand, our healthcare system in South Africa should be the best in the continent. But unfortunately, the poor that is in desperate need of quality healthcare never benefits from these budgets. Those benefits are reserved only for the corrupt elite in South Africa. Honorable Chair, instead of building more hospitals and clinics or upgrading the current ones, this department rather allocates another 8 billion rand to the National Health Insurance Program. A program that's a bottomless pit where billions are being poured into without a single person having benefited from it so far. Honorable Minister, some first world countries have given up on the idea of a national health insurance because it is simply not financially viable. And I can promise you, with this department's record of corruption, failure and incompetence, NHI in South Africa will be yet another one of the countless ANC failures. Honorable Chair, every year we hear the same promises of recovery, improvement of infrastructure, quality healthcare and staff, new hospitals and new clinics and so forth and so on. And every year the disappointment is bigger than the previous one. The public and we as opposition have learned the hard way that we cannot put any faith in this department, and we will surely not put any faith in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now invite Honorable Pungane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, the healthcare in our country finds itself at a critical juncture. Even before the outbreak of COVID-19, our public health resources and infrastructure were not equal to the task of health provision in the country. Yet our healthcare is a critical and essential service. Over the past few years, it has become a custom that if you want good service, you need to seek private healthcare. In addition to these pressures, our healthcare services must contend with several regional and global challenges, such as illegal foreign nationals, escalating humanitarian emergencies, climate change, and environmental degradation. Whilst we support the principle of the NHI being introduced in South Africa, we as the IFP are concerned about how the funding will be administered given the current track record by government. Healthcare is a vital and life-dependent sector in our society. There is simply no room for irregular expenditure, corruption and mismanagement for an NHI-driven healthcare sector to succeed. Unfortunately, our current experience with government departments in provinces paint a harrowing picture. Chairperson, audit outcomes of KwaZulu-Natal and the Northern Cape provinces require immediate intervention, as there has been little or no improvement over the past 5 years by these health departments, whose audits remain qualified. Unauthorized expenditure and unauthorized expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure are highest in Eastern Cape and Gauteng. Why is this so? Well, let me be constructive. It is because there is little to no consequence management. It is criminal that health infrastructure projects are delayed due to mismanagement and poor oversight and project management, especially given the unequal distribution of healthcare infrastructure and even shortages of essential items in our rural areas. For example, the Nobutela Ngwenya Community Health Center suffers with a shortage of supplements as needed by dietitians to sufficiently treat illnesses. This department needs to reprioritize its approach to how food can be a solution and prevention to many illnesses. A framework must be placed atop of government's agenda of ways it can incentivize healthy eating choices in order to reduce the country's risk profile of contracting preventable illnesses. We must increase attention to the importance that dietitians play in reducing the overall cost and dependence on medication. As we become more integrated with the fourth industrial revolution and place greater reliance on their systems, we must start capacitating our clinics and hospitals with the same levels of equipment. This has the ability to professionalize our healthcare sector. Currently, there are basics that cannot be met, such as ensuring sufficient printer cartridges to print script and other relevant materials. We call on this department to reconfigure and improve on the way it makes use of technology to ensure ease of access of government systems. After all, government must remain accountable and accessible to the public. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, healthcare equity must be prioritized by this government, and the digital transformation of the public healthcare system must be embraced in order to innovate, transform, and build resilience into the sector. Honorable Chairperson, in concluding my debate, I wish to state that the IFP nevertheless support the budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pungane. I'll now invite Honorable Lond.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair and Honorable Ministers and the MECs present, Honorable Members. What a whirlwind it has been since March 2020 when COVID-19 landed on our shores. in greater numbers, and our then 3-week lockdown started. This department started relatively well under the circumstances in uncertain and unknown situations. But somewhere along the line, the plot was lost. The old health department came back with tenders going to family and friends of connected ANC cadres. It is a disease that is infecting this country, and you are unable, or is it unwilling, to get rid of it. 'n Vis vrot van die kop af. Met die vrotvis reuk wat nog hang in die voormalige minister Mkhize se kantoor. Dit hang en dit stink en dit gee 'n vrot reuk af in elke ANC beheerde departement, provinsie of plaaslike raad. Hoe kan jy dan ontslaa raak van die siekte as daai vrot stink reuk in julle geel, groen en swart klere is? The sickly smell of the rotten fish, as mentioned above, is affecting all of South Africa, and the sooner we get rid of it, the better. Honourable Gillian, I understand that you are embarrassed as you are representing the only province where the ANC do not govern, and you must therefore sing for your supper. But to make matters even worse, you don't even make any sense when you describe the best-run province. You use the words narrow, right-wing, and liberal in the same sentence to describe this province and the DA that run this province. I have messaged you a definition of each, so you can go through it. I understand that you will struggle to comprehend it, but you basically said that Usain Bolt is fat and slow as well as super fast. It doesn't make sense. You must choose your criticism and stick to it. I do guarantee you, if you continue to deliver such services to the residents of the Gauteng, Northern Cape, elsewhere in the country, you soon will be joining Honourable Gillian in the opposition benches. Honourable Ndungeni from the Eastern Cape was anxiously waiting for you to explain how much money your government are going to spend on servicing the voters of your province. In 2016, the South African Human Rights Commission found that you had a crippling shortage in ambulances. Your solution was to buy scooters with sidecars and then call that ambulances. I did find a fascinating quote delivered by the Eastern Cape MEC that was responsible for these scooters. And I do agree with this quote up to a point, and I'm going to read it to you. This department has its fair share of challenges that we must acknowledge. Now that is true, but I don't think you finished that quote. Okay, and I will finish it for you. I'm going to start again. This department has its fair share of challenges that we must acknowledge, chief of which is the political party, the ANC, leading it. It is time we remove this rotten head, and 2024 cannot come soon enough. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Lund. I'll now invite Honourable Malika.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, can you allow me to switch off my video due to the unstable network?
No problem, Honourable Malika. You can continue with your speech.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, Deputy Chairperson, Chief Whip, Minister, Deputy Minister, MECs, permanent and special delegates. Chairperson, to have a sustainable healthcare system that reduces the burden of disease in the country requires certain principles to be embedded in our healthcare philosophy, which will in turn shape our health policy, which in turn shapes the planning, budgeting, program implementation, and orientation of health practitioners. It is therefore critical that we draw from the experiences of other nations, whilst at the same time we need to learn from our health systems and the indigenous system if we are to truly provide healthcare to all. The fact of the matter is that we have different types of health responses in the country, one which is largely a product of scientific development and one which is largely indigenous. Though the majority of South Africans use the public healthcare system, many South Africans also rely on indigenous health responses. This therefore requires us to invest in researching indigenous health responses based on evidence like Chinese. We should build our indigenous and traditional systems. The Department of Health should learn from the Cuban health system, which is a preventative healthcare model at the primary care level. The family doctors oversee the health of those who live around the clinic. Key to the prevention model is the annual health assessment, a full health checkup that every single one of their 1,287 patients will undergo, often at their homes. Cubans no longer die of infectious diseases because of a hugely successful vaccination program, so people live longer. We need to build such a system in South Africa. The healthcare sector in South Africa has been assessed and evaluated, and numerous reports, such as the 2018 Presidential Health Compact, have reflected the challenges in the sector and required interventions. The National Development Plan describes it as a problem of the performance of our health systems, despite a health expenditure of 9.1% of gross domestic product. This brings to therefore quality of healthy expenditure and whether the health system is producing health outcomes that are equal to the spending. Chairperson, Statistics South Africa indicate the main causes of death as tuberculosis, 8.8% of total deaths, influenza and pneumonia, 5.2%, HIV, 5.1%, diabetes, 4.8%, and other forms of heart diseases, 4.6%, and hypertensive diseases, 3.7%. Tuberculosis, HIV, AIDS, and cancer remain major causes of death in our country. It is also important that we consistently monitor our healthy through testing. With regard to the massive TB screening campaign, TB screening are done every time a client presents at the health facility unless the client is already a TB patient. The MTSF target was to have 2 million additional people screened for TB by 2020 and eligible people initiated treatment. The MTSF target is to have a TB treatment success rate of 90% by 2022 and 95% by 2024. The national average of all TB treatment success rates was 76.0% for the period ending September 2021. We have also noted the fact that the national TB program will also need to enable us to find missing TB people and link and retain them in care. Advocacy, communication, and social mobilization are very important. This is something we can help with. TB data system must also be improved to capture all efforts and reports so that the TB recovery plan can be monitored by all stakeholders. These are clear interventions to mitigate and lose focus on these diseases due to the focus of the coronavirus pandemic. Honorable Chairperson, the lowest maternal mortality in fertility ratio in 2020 was recorded in Western Cape with 43.6 deaths. The 100,000 live births followed by Mpumalanga with 67.1 deaths per 100,000 live births. The Eastern Cape and Northern Cape provinces show the increase in MMFR between 2019 and 2020. All other provinces show decreases patterns, which is also reflected in the national pattern. These are some of the gain of a preventative approach, which government should begin to expand its capacity if it is to improve the health outcomes. On the 90 by 90 by 90 program, the department reported that it has reached the first 90 in all districts, the 6 districts, 4 in KZN and 1 in Free State and 1 in Mpumalanga that have reached all the 3, the 90s. This is an indication that the department and the sector are recovering from the effects of COVID-19 and are on a positive trail to meeting the targets. The ANC supports the purchase of comfort kits for gender-based violence victims who are in most instances sexually assaulted victims. We therefore support the planned purchasing of over 500,000 comfort packs. We need to zoom into the quality of healthcare support from provincial departments in the Eastern Cape and Northern Cape, which saw the increase in maternal mortality in facility ratio. Honorable Minister, the coronavirus pandemic has demonstrated the need for increased health practitioners. We need to strengthen grassroots services such as clinics and use them as a nucleus of the preventative system as they are within our communities. And we need to ensure there are adequate facilities and staff. South Africa had 0.79 doctors per 1,000 people in 2019. Moreover, research report has found that between 75% and 95% of people with mental disorders in low and middle income countries cannot obtain mental health services due to financial constraints. This includes South Africa, and we are far off from the World Health Organization guidelines in providing adequate mental health care. There is a huge gap to fill to redress mental health illness to be accessible to all. We need to prioritize building capacity to respond to mental health challenges. The health sector has a central place in SDG 3 to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages, underpinned by 13 targets and underpinned by 13 targets and cover a wide spectrum of World Health Organization's work, and almost all other 16 goals are related to health or their achievement will contribute to health indirectly. Honorable House Chairperson, the universal health coverage them because of paramount importance. It seeks to provide a preventive health scheme shall be run by the state provision of free medical care and hospitalization for all, with special care for mothers and young children is what guides the ANC in the realization of the National Health Insurance, NHI. Our national life expectancy was 64.13 in 2019, which is higher than many developing countries, and the sub-Saharan African average of 61.62%. Our healthcare system had demonstrated its capacity to be resilient through the coronavirus pandemic, which is a security and health risk to the nation. Health is a critical priority if we are to have a productive economy and enhance developmental outcome. You need a healthy nation. We must combat crime and corruption, which also undermine the health expenditure. We must transform the pharmaceutical industry by building and supporting our state-owned company, Kitlapila, which should transform the health sector's consumable sector. A critical priority of health in the current is overcoming COVID-19. Vaccines have proven to be the best available defense against illness and death from COVID-19. House Chairperson, though the government has already implemented the lowering of restriction through the ending the national disaster and is related to the health pandemic to resume economic activity towards optimistically. We should not lower the guard as a nation as the threat of the pandemic remains, and different variants which can be deadly can emerge. It is therefore critical that we remain vigilant as a people in our healthcare system. We congratulate the Ministry and the Department of Health on the excellent work that they have done in the past 2 years in fighting COVID-19. We need to ensure that all other programs that have been negatively affected by the COVID-19 pandemic will now receive the attention they require and be prioritized. We support effort by the Department of Health. They eliminate malaria by 2030. We support the work done in Northern KZN, in Umkhanyakude, and all the districts in Mpumalanga and Vembe and Capricorn district. The African National Congress support this budget vote and calls on the departments to continue strengthening the government system to sustain the required capability and capacity to address the health problems confronting our nation. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Malika. I'll now invite Health Deputy Minister, Honorable Dlomo. Dr. Dlomo.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thanks to all the members who participated in this debate. We note the issues that have raised, starting with Honorable Malika, who says, can we also kickstart other programs that might still have actually been left unattended to? We really would like to also thank particularly those who have supported this budget, because they are indeed saying work must go on. Despite the challenge that we have, work must still go on. Honorable Ndongeni, we thank you very much for explicitly showing the amount of knowledge you have on the National Health Insurance. Indeed, today the Portfolio Committee in the National Assembly was dealing with the clause by clause, which is almost towards the end of their processes, and very soon the bill will be in this House, and we're looking forward to Honorable Gillion supported in leading the Select Committee in really finalizing that part. The Minister alluded to the CT scan now fully functional in city at Charlotte Macleod Hospital, which means that now we could actually get patients coming in from the ambulance, with ambulances from the accident scene or from the medical emergency straight to Charlotte Macleod, because now doctors can be able to assist and go forward. Honorable Bach, I would wish that maybe we agree that the issues of teenage pregnancy is not a Department of Health issue, it's a societal matter. All of us in society must put our heels on the block. I note your comments, Honorable Christians, with regards to the shortage of rape victim kits in some of the facilities that you mentioned. I would like to promise that I will follow up, as you have always indicated some of this in a very cordial manner. Our President Ramaphosa, when he addressed our members of parliament on gender-based violence, impressed upon us that we must commit to check that all our facilities do have these rape victims issues. We will correct that. I don't know what Honorable DeBrain is looking into when he talks about the WHO is the one that is pioneering the universal health coverage in the world, not just in South Africa, all over the world. The Honorable Hadebe, your reservations on the NHI, we need to talk about it and see how we can improve on that part. I'd like to thank the MEC of the Eastern Cape, not here in the platform, working very hard with the MEC for health in the Northwest and pioneering the former mine workers' plight in the country. I'll be meeting the MEC of Free State in this Friday to deal with those issues going forward. We probably need to remind Honorable Lund and Honorable Kaiser Philander that Tigerberg Hospital, Grootegeluk Hospital, does not belong to Western Cape. It belongs to South Africa. And all of us as citizens of this province, of this country, should and must be accepted in there. Probably they would have known that the only province, but MEC Ramatuba mentioned, the only province that over and above its own citizens in Gauteng sees other citizens from Northwest, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, including SADC, is Gauteng. They get a bigger, and probably it means if they were probably having a mentality like we see in the Western Cape, they'll chase them back and say, go back to Eastern Cape, we don't belong here. Now, on average, Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital per day has got 30 cesarean sections to do. Half of those are not citizens of Gauteng. They come from elsewhere, but they continue supporting them because it is important to do that. I need, Chair, to mention this very last point that was actually developed by Honorable Gillian. I visited Cuba last week. I found the history that within 45 days in Cuba, they had vaccinated 93% of their population because of and they had used their own vaccines. They have a health consciousness behavior, a health promotion behavior. The health education and prevention of disease is very high and key in that country. We also benefit. Cuba has supported us by producing 2,556 doctors. For your information, they are not in Tigerbed or Chris Hani Parkwanan. They are in the most rural ever hospitals. These are children who otherwise would not have had a space to go to UCT or vets. They are from Quintile 1 schools, Quintile 1 rural schools, and they qualify, they go back and see and help people who reside around those Quintile 1 schools, the most ever rural. Children from Bekweni, Kukuletu Nyanga, and Mitchell's Plain do not benefit from this program because of a decision of the Western Cape not to support children who come from the most poorest communities to go and actually support the most poorest communities of the Western Cape. That is a fact. So when you balance up issues, you must also note that there are certain other things that are prioritized by these provinces because they are pro-poor even for patients and pro-poor even for the selection of the students that must go and get trained to go and service our people in the communities. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thanks to the House.
Thank you, Dr. Dlomo. Thank you, honorable members. That concludes the debate. I wish to thank Minister, Deputy Minister, all special and permanent delegates for availing themselves for this very important debate. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Recording stop.
Thank you.
Yes,